Okay, thanks everyone for attending virtually or in person. I'm gonna pull up the agenda. There are some copies available, so hopefully there's enough. And for those of you online who joined remotely, you should see that in the invite. There's a Google, I guess it'd be a Google Doc that has the agenda. So we'll go ahead and kick it off with introductions.
Yeah, welcome to the meeting for June Blue Ribbon Council. I want to first, I think we should all introduce ourselves for the record. So we'll start with that, and then I'll go around
the table,
and then we'll get them online.
Sounds good. I'm Trina Hedrick. I'm the Coldwater Sport Fish Coordinator for the Division of Wildlife and also the Executive Secretary, I think. Is that my title for Blue Ribbon?
You're the big boss.
Super
Yeah,
fancy.
big boss. I'm TJ Sokolis. I'm at large and chairman.
I'm Terry Hill. I'm an at-large representative as well.
Dan Hill, and I'm here as a first timer.
Mickey Anderson, commercial rep.
Larry Larson, potentially the southern rep.
Russ Lawrence, the Northern Region rep.
Larry Finch at large.
Josue Hernandez, Northeast Region biologist.
I'm Bert Lay. I'm Vice President of Utah Stream Access Coalition. Served on this council for about 6 years. It's going to be back.
Tyler Robinson, sport fish biologist, Central Region.
Nick Braithwaite, I'm a fisheries biologist for Division of Wildlife in the southern region.
Okay, I'll just call on folks as just in order on my screen. So Bill.
Yeah, Bill Quap. I don't know who I am.
You are
but I'm with High Country Fly Fishers. I'm down in the ski resort near Panguitch and skipping a fishing day to attend this meaningful meeting, I hope.
And we appreciate it. And you are the new Central Region rep.
Central Region, okay.
Calvin?
I'm Calvin Black. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager out of the Southeast Region.
Ryan?
Ryan Newman. I'm the warm water rep, but technically I'm a fly fisherman on the Provo River.
Jordan?
Jordan Nelson. I'm the Southeast Region rep.
Welcome. We got it. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes? We have January and March. They were online. Any corrections? I think we ought to start with the January minutes first.
So I didn't receive any changes or comments to them by the deadlines that I set. I did, let's see, the January meeting notes did have, if you were able to look at it, you saw under Sand Hollow, there was a question mark there. Under, I guess it was the average and max depth. And so we have the maximum depth at 95 feet. I don't know where it went to. I basically deleted it. Oh, here. So let me, I think what I'm going to do with the folks online, I'm just going to share my screen. And then as I move through the different fields or different documents, then you'll be able to see what I'm looking at. So right now I'm looking at the agenda or the meeting notes for January, and there was an option, or there was like a bullet there that was blank and it had a yellow highlight with a question mark. We didn't have the average depth at Sand Hollow, but it doesn't sound like John actually mentioned that, so I just deleted it. And that was the only question mark that I saw that we needed to tackle. So, and like I said, I didn't get any other comments back.
I do have one question as we go back to where we're talking about faith handles, division news releases. They kind of do the following. What are listicles?
Oh, listicles are those, you know, those clickbait things that are like top 10 reasons you should do this.
Okay.
That's apparently a listicle.
Okay.
So they really like those, like the top 6 places for fishing or the top 7 good ribbon waters and stuff like that. So it's a real thing.
Right. And any other corrections to the minutes for January? you have anything further?
Mm-mm.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Got a move second?
Second.
Got a first second. Any, well, I guess we just take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Putting
opposed?
online.
Approved.
Okay, so let's get a system for Bill, Jordan, and Ryan. If you could do like just turn your camera on and then do a thumbs up, or do a thumbs up emoji, that'll count.
Okay,
Okay.
Ryan's a go,
Okay.
Jordan's a go.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys. Was that just the January? Sorry.
Yeah, January only.
And the March,
March, yeah,
March was just the summary of kind of what we went through. I didn't put in a ton of detail. I do those instead of Lindy. So I didn't put a ton of detail in just because mostly you could find a lot of what was discussed just in the project.
yeah, and then there was a section that talked about our meeting, I think. I didn't see anything. Did anybody see anything?
You get any comments? So.
Any comments on the March 21, 24 meeting minutes? Anybody up top online? All right, and I need a motion.
So moved.
Same second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That thumbs up. I think that's enough to approve, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't see a thumbs up from Jordan and Bill, but we'll get our system worked out. You guys weren't there.
Bill
anyway.
wasn't at each meeting, so he shouldn't vote anyway.
All righty. That's a safe
So
way
we're
to go. Safe way to go.
Okay.
You got a
There's
thumbs up,
Jordan.
Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan.
All right, so the minutes are approved. You want to move to discussion waters for reevaluate?
Yeah, so I have a link, I guess. Well, I guess first I'll go through the presentation. So this is kind of a repackaging of what, first I need to share. I gotta get in the habit of that. Even if I get the infinity window. Okay, so just a reminder to those of you online, go ahead and raise your hand if you have a question as we go through this. I can't see you, so if you raise your hand, it'll make a noise and I'll be able to call on whoever raised their hand. So this is kind of a repackaging of what Randy presented if you were here at last year's June meeting. So we're just going to talk quickly about the water reevaluation process, so you guys know what's expected of you. No new waters were nominated this year, so we are going to be reevaluating a handful. So many of these were designated over 10 years ago. I think Current Creek was only 8 years ago, so that was the most recent, but everything else was probably 2004, 2006. And then there was Schofield Reservoir that Calvin could tell us a little bit more about, but it had some issues, right? So then they initiated new management, and so now it's time. I think he's got some really good information to share with you guys what they saw this year. So Schofield, Starvation, and Current Creek Reservoir are the reservoirs, and then we've got some streams. So Strawberry River below Starvation, the part above Starvation, the Pinnacles area, that's still kind of recovering. But the area right below Starvation Dam is a great place to fish. We have Current Creek, Duchesne River, that's Hannah upstream to the North Fork confluence, and then the West Fork Duchesne. So just a reminder, and this is all in your binders. So we need at least 4 members to evaluate each water, and you can score them even if you haven't been there necessarily this year, but you were there last year, right? It just any visit that you had in the last 2 years is eligible. And we are hoping that each member can evaluate at least 3 of the 7 waters. I guess my vision is that there's going to be some of you who are able to hit the reservoirs, and hopefully you can hit all the reservoirs. And then some of you will be more likely to hit the streams. Maybe you could hit most of the streams. Trying to kind of group things so that they're closer together. Maybe you could tackle it all in like one long weekend. The due date for this will be November 10th. That gives me time to compile everything and get its scores together and get those out to you guys so that we know which ones we're going to vote on. So the scoring criteria is on the Google site, and it's also It's also on the website. I'm gonna just go to the Google site here real quick. So water body scoring, oh, that's the form. I'll show all of this. So water body scoring here is under this Duchesne River access. These are the signs that you'll see as like when you go to the Duchesne River, North Fork to Hannah to the North Fork. We've really tried to make it a lot more user friendly there. So you can access the criteria here. So this is the Hepworth Walker scale, and it talks about size caught, number caught. Some of these are going to be what Calvin and Josue are going to evaluate. So I think there's, actually I have it in the presentation. So population characteristics, shore access, water quantity and water quality. Those are the ones that the biologists will rate, but everything that you guys are going to encounter in the form, and the form is in on your site. You go to water body scoring. This is the form. There's one for each water body, and all you have to do is click on that, start entering it, and then when you hit submit, that will go. That will basically create a form. And I'll be able to see that, and then I can start compiling stuff. Who raised their hand?
Bill.
Go ahead.
I reviewed these forms over the last month, and one thought occurs to me that my ranking of some of these waters, which I fish a fair amount, Strawberry Reservoir and Starvation are two examples. I can go to Starvation one day and get skunked. I can go another day and catch 20 to 25 trout, many of which are over 20 inches. I don't see how the evaluation process can necessarily deal with that issue. And the same kind of applies to Strawberry. I have phenomenal days and I have disastrous days. And I don't know how you've dealt with that, but that was a first question, and maybe somebody can help me deal with that issue.
Yeah, that is a great point because it is fishing, right? So how we want you to think of it is the potential to catch many fish, the potential to catch large fish. So we need you to not just use one fishing trip as your like the one thing that you use, to do the scoring. We want you to kind of look at it as a bigger picture, right? So the biologists are going to present. You can always talk to them. Definitely want you guys to have a good relationship with the biologist. What are you guys seeing in your nets? You can talk to other anglers, what their experiences are, the Utah Fish Planner. There's all kinds of, big fish tackle. So it's just the knowledge that you have gained through your years of fishing, not necessarily the one time that you went there to evaluate it. So does that make sense? I think that's a better way to look at it anyway, because like you said, you could have a totally disastrous day. And the person who never goes to that location ever again is going to say, this place is terrible. But you have a lot more knowledge and access to knowledge.
It's not necessarily catching. I've been on some waters where I'd had trouble catching them, but I found the fish and they were big, and that told me that was a quality water. So there is subjectivity in this, obviously.
There is.
I don't know if that helps you, Bill, but I've had probably most of us, other than Mickey, have probably had those days. And maybe the biologists don't have those days.
The term potential does a lot for my question, so I'll use that accordingly. And
Okay.
One of the other things that I would inject here now, I don't know how many people fish over in the let's see, you had one of the reservoirs there that are already forgotten, but anyway, I know a guy that lives in Price. He fishes probably 3 times a week. He writes phenomenal reports. Tom Ogden, if some of you know him, and he's probably a better measure of many rivers from a still, I mean, many waters, still water waters than I would ever be, because the guy's out. I don't know how he can live at home and when he fishes as much as he does, but anyway, has he ever been suggested as a data source for many of these reservoirs?
I believe Tom served on the Blue Ribbon Council for a while, didn't he? And I know he's more than willing to share his information because he shares with us. So if he mostly fishes like Huntington, but he does fish starvation. If anyone would like Tom's information, I'm sure that he wouldn't mind, but I could definitely ask him. Go ahead, Calvin.
Yeah, Tom's been on the Blue Ribbon Council. He's also served on our RAC committee here in the Southeast region. He was on our Schofield management team also for the management plan there. So he's been very active with us down here in the Southeast region.
Okay. I just, if you didn't know of him, he's a phenomenal data source. But he goes out and catches a lot of fish one day and gets skunked another. So he's human.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure that he would love to share his information. He's fished starvation at least once this spring, if not more than that. I would have to ask him, but if anyone is interested in seeing Tom's information, just let me know and I can touch base with him. There's probably also other folks around that would be happy to share information. So use those sources for sure. It doesn't have to be, just the one most recent time that you were able to visit the water body.
Did I get your questions, Bill?
Yep. Thanks.
Great. I did also want to mention, because I know Rich, and he's not here today, he had to work, but I know that he's had concern about just the Pepworth-Walker scale. I think some of you have probably been familiar with it over the years. I did want to just mention that there's so just over the years, it's been developed with lots of input from a lot of different people, and it's been developed with the mindset, okay, what makes a blue ribbon water, right? What is it about a water body that brings it up to that blue ribbon status? And so that Hepworth-Walker scale is very much tied to, over the years, people thought about what a blue ribbon water means, what it should mean. And then it's been ground truth, right? Comparing water bodies that are, yeah, absolutely, they're blue ribbon waters, the Strawberries and the Flaming Gorge reservoirs of the world, right? Compared with maybe other water bodies that really they shouldn't be, they aren't, compared with water bodies that are maybe on the cusp, they're borderline. So that's how it's been developed over time. And I don't think we need to mess with it as a whole. But I would say that if you have thoughts as you go through the process, let's talk, maybe take some notes and get me some information on just your concerns, I guess, and we could talk about them, and maybe there is some tweaking that needs to happen, right? Like if something doesn't quite seem right, based on your understanding of what blue ribbon means. I don't think it hurts to revisit the criteria overall here and there about minor details or different, like, small things that we could change. I just don't think we need to reopen it based on what I've heard from Craig Walker and others about how the process can unfold over years. So I wanted to mention that. Now I'm just going to go back to sharing my screen. So you're going to get an infinity window here for a second until I figure out where I'm going. Okay, so we're going to talk about back to the water bodies. Did someone raise a hand?
Yeah, this is Bill again. There are 3 DNR connections that are taking up screen real estate, at least on my computer, where I don't think anybody is participating. They're just, one says EDNR and another one says Z_DNR pin 4.
Yeah, so that is Seth and his crew, and I don't know why they have so many windows, but they're helping us like in the background.
Okay, all right.
I know that. So I think it seems like they need to be there. So
if I were at home, I have 2 big monitors and I could move this around, but I'm on a laptop, so real estate is more precious.
I could probably zoom in too and make this bigger once I get to this. I just wanted to point out on the water body scoring, again, going to this picture that has the Duchesne River access points. So which waters are we reviewing this year? Click here for locations, etc. So that takes you to a Google Doc. Let me blow that up because,
Blow it up, just enlarge it.
right. That's probably a better way to say it. All right, that should be a little bit better. And just keep reminding me, Bill, to make things bigger. So this is what you'll find there. And so again, we're going to go over Schofield, Kern Creek, Starvation. We've got some dates in here. Calvin and his crew were out on May 9th. I was lucky enough to join them. So that was pretty fun. Kern Creek Reservoir and Starvation Reservoir netting are both coming up in September and October. And Josue is a contact. You guys should have his email. And if you're interested in his phone number, I'm sure he'd be happy to share it with you at the break. Duchesne River, Hannah, West Fork Duchesne, Strawberry below Starvation, Current Creek. So these are all hyperlinks. So if you click here, it'll take you to the fish planner and it'll give you all the description information about Schofield. And then you can rate it and tell Calvin he's doing a terrible job. Fishing regulations, the forecast, stocking events, all of that stuff, right? So all the information that you need should be there, but then you also have Calvin and Josue as a resource too. And Calvin, is there anything you wanted to share about Schofield?
We'll be conducting fall gillnet surveys in early October. So if any council members would like to attend the fall netting, it's typically the first Friday in October, which it looks like that'll be October 4th. But if you're out wanting to fish Schofield this summer and you have more in-depth questions than what the Fish Utah planner can give you, reach out, give me a call. The one thing we've got going for us this year is we have water and lots of it. And so we're going to be able to catch fish. You're going to be able to catch trout all summer with the high water. I had reports of my neighbor yesterday out there on Schofield caught 60 trout and is just barely bought a boat and never boat fished in his life and was able to catch 60 yesterday. So
sounds like you're too high, Calvin. You got to set them down.
But the fishing is going to go well over the next month or so. If you're up there, you're going to see Utah chubs along the shoreline. Just be aware. I mean, we're not completely gone of chubs, but you will see chubs. They're going to be in shallow spawning. But if they're in shallow, that means tiger muskie, wiper, and tiger trout are going to be right there with them. So I would target those weedy shorelines, those willows for muskie and wiper and some big tiger trout. And then later in the summer, August, those muskie and wiper will follow the chubs back out into open water and mostly out in the bays, in the south and west bays. You'll see the chubs kind of go out in that vegetation that grows up. And you can sight fish for muskie. And during the August, if you watch, you can see wiper boils. So if you're used to fishing stripers on Lake Powell and watching for boils, you can see small boils on Schofield with wiper. And then I guess my biggest recommendation is October fishing at Schofield is probably the best time of year. Everything's active, everything's fat and healthy going into winter. We always get into cutthroat tiger trout. You get tiger muskies going on a feeding frenzy, and we see a lot of wiper staging in the bays near inlets, and so you can get into some really nice wipers that way too. So
awesome. Thanks, Calvin. Any questions for Calvin? Has anyone fished Schofield in the last 2 years where you could already do a... All right, well, you guys have some work to do. Gotta go fishing. Josue, do you want to add anything? Oh, go ahead, Ryan. Do you have did you fish Schofield?
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna chime in that we went up to Schofield a couple times over the last couple weeks, and it was insane. I was kind of like Bill. I've been up there and had really good days and really terrible days, so I was just kind of melancholy going into it. And we just you know, rode a drift boat around, and we caught tiger muskie, and we caught rainbow and cutthroat trout. It was awesome. No wipers, but it wasn't hard. It wasn't hard to find success at all, and lots of numbers, and yeah, so it was awesome.
Awesome.
There.
Okay, thanks for that.
I'll also mention, sorry, Trent, I'll also mention a lot of our cutthroat are in the slot limit right now. So we're pushing that 19-inch, 20-inch range on our cutthroat. Very few are making it out of that slot, but we do see occasional larger cutthroat. Our tiger trout in our nets were 3 to 5 pounds and outside of the slot range. But starting next year, we're changing our stocking quota a little bit. And reducing our cutthroat numbers, adding more rainbows. And I think that will open up more space for those cutthroat to get a little bigger. So we should see bigger rainbows and fewer cutthroat, but bigger cutthroat is what we're hoping for. So, but you'll catch 16 to 18-inch cutthroat all day long.
That would inspire you to get out there, huh? Okay, thanks, guys. This way, you want me to go back to that sheet so we can go to the fish planner?
Sure.
Okay, let me share my screen with folks first. And I need to go to, I don't remember where it was. No. Sorry, that's the problem with having so many things open. Okay, here we go. All right. Just tell me where to go.
You just doing reservoirs then?
You can talk about.
So, yeah, we just got the same, those dates on there for, Current Creek in September. We'll be doing a gill netting survey in there. So if you guys want to come out and volunteer for that, I will be the contact. I'll be conducting surveys. I haven't spent much time out there. I'm still learning my job and still learning, you know, how things are within my region, but I've heard, gotten some reports from there. Just recently, there was a nice tiger trout that was caught there. At Current Creek Reservoir, yes.
There's not concern. Just clarify.
Oh, yeah.
So folks who didn't know.
Yeah. And then,
and probably folks know where Current Creek is, but we can just go to the map here. Boy, it's slow today. Here we go. Well, the turnout's on Highway 40.
correct. From Highway 40, yeah, Current Creek.
Yeah.
Current Creek Road, and it takes you up there. And there's also the creek that comes below the reservoir. Also up for view.
Yeah, so if there is anyone who fishes both streams and reservoirs, that's a good opportunity. They're both right there together.
Right, so if you come out with volunteer for the gill netting event, then you can go and fish the creek as well that same day. Should have time for that. And then,
Too many windows open. Did you want to talk about the Shane?
yeah, the West Fork Duchesne. We were planning, open up and see if anybody's interested in a trip on August 3rd. It'd be the evening of August 3rd. We can make it a camping event. So where Brian Engelberg, our biologist, is his recommendation is for fishing in the evening is best. So we can plan a trip for everybody, whoever wants to come out, and
would there be anyone who, you don't have to commit, but
okay.
Yeah.
I can put together a email for everybody and just send it out with dates and locations and things of that nature. He was thinking of having 2 or 3 groups of 2 or 3 people that can fish the stream along that, and then maybe grill out burgers and just have a good time. And then, starvation, got, our, fall walleye index netting event as well, if you want to volunteer for that. That will be happening in, mid-October, the week of the 14th. It's when that's scheduled, but that is weather dependent and may change.
And those dates that are up, so you would be setting nets on the 14th probably, and then pulling the 15th and 16th. That's typically how it is, right? So September 23rd on Current Creek that's the set date, and then the pull is the 24th.
Correct.
Just be aware of that. And just so everyone's aware too, on that, on the Duchesne River and West Fork Duchesne. So this is does everyone know where Hannah is? So here's Highway 40. Oh, sorry. Let me share. It's hard to juggle all that. So we're looking at, here's Starvation, right? So that stretch below Starvation is just right here. And then you go up here, and these dots represent our access points on the Duchesne, and that's the Hannah to the North Fork. And then, of course, the West Fork Duchesne starts here and it goes all the way up, right? So all of these red dots are the access points, and this one is at the very top of the Forest Service. I don't know if you can see my pointer, but it's above that red dot. So that is basically the Forest Service line. So once you get past that, it's all Forest Service. So the way these easements work is you have to access the river at these specific locations, but once in, you can walk this entire stream stretch. So you could walk from this access point all the way up the West Fork Duchesne. So that's pretty awesome.
You're supposed to exit in the same general area or how?
Yeah, so the same concept, right? It's these access points where you can enter and exit. I should have included that. But yeah, once you're down there in the river corridor, you can stay within the river corridor and 20 feet on either side all the way down. And there might be fences. The landowners are allowed to put up fences, but we've tried to put up stiles and signs, just letting folks know that this is okay, you can still go. But it's just kind of, people want to keep the cows in, keep cows out. So that is a reality down there, but we really tried to make it a lot more accessible and user-friendly for folks. So hopefully that's the case, but you guys can evaluate that.
That's showing Current Creek also, Trina.
Yeah, so if you go down here, off Highway 40, once you come down the hill off Strawberry, the Current Creek runs up here. And so this is the stream, and then this is the reservoir up here. That's what, 19 miles in, I want to say. And most all of this is access. There's a little bit of private up here in the middle, but once you get above these private parcels right at Highway 40, it's pretty much all WMA and also just easement that's been granted from the Mitigation Commission. So those access points on the Duchesne and West Fork Duchesne that are around private, that's all from the Mitigation Commission. So just access. So yeah, sorry.
Question, sorry to that this way, maybe, so there's been some changes regarding some access near the confluence. Can you speak to that? Do we know what?
The last I heard, have you heard an update? The last I heard is it has not gone through yet. We have a sign all ready to go that we will put so it's the Stockmore property, and it is right at the confluence of the North Fork and the West Fork. And it's not going to be, I'm not going to be able to zoom in on parcels, but if you just come here, so this access point here, number 6, will still be, you can still access it because it's out of the just outside of the Stockmore property, and you can fish all the way upstream. When it goes through, there'll be a stretch of a couple hundred feet downstream that will be tribe. And you will not be able to fish it without a tribal license, but you will be able to access it. It's like just walk through. And the signs that we have will be for right on the border, the upstream and downstream border, saying this stretch is tribal. You must have a tribal permit to fish, but once you get past it, you can fish. So we're ready. I just haven't heard anything, and I assume we'll get an update as soon as we need to put those signs up.
Is that something the tribe is passing?
So right now it belongs to the Forest Service, and the Forest Service is selling to the tribe, and we tried to negotiate fishing access, and all we've been able to actually successfully negotiate is access
Okay.
without a tribal permit.
We heard that the tribe is not selling licenses this year.
I heard that
Yeah.
too.
They're not selling them at the moment. They took them away, actually.
It is interesting. So, yeah, as soon as we hear anything, we'll probably try to get the word out for sure, because that'll be really important. The signs will need to go up, and then we'll also need to let folks know, because it is a major change, for sure. Anything else?
Just the strawberry below starvation. If you come out for the fall walleye index netting, you'll have a chance to go down there too. It's a good place to go fishing.
Yeah, it's a cool place. A lot of nice grounds.
And there is an access point that you can go to the, near the dam. There's some really good browns in there.
Yeah, right at the gate, right below the dam,
Right.
where you can't drive any further. There's parking there and a couple of places down below that. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Let's move on. So the lower Provo discussion, Charles is here. Thank you, Charles, for coming. So I know that, yeah, you have an update, and then there's probably a lot of questions. We got 15 minutes. Can we accomplish it all in 15 minutes, you think?
I defer to Charles to start, and then if he's uncomfortable talking about something, I'll talk about it.
Okay. So yeah, for those of you that don't know me, my name's Charles Lyons. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the Division of Wildlife Resources. I caught wind of this agenda item through the grapevine, and
Can you guys hear him online? Might be kind of quiet. Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to verify.
I'm trying to make my voice project as
Good.
much as possible for those playing at home. So yeah, I caught wind of this agenda item, and I was just asked to come and maybe provide a little bit of an update of everything that the Division of Wildlife Resources has been trying to do to secure access to the lower Provo via its fishing easement. For those of you, my guess is most of you know, maybe some of you do not, that Division of Wildlife Resources filed a joint complaint with the Department of Transportation back in October for issues related to property along the lower Provo. That has taken a really long time. It got removed to federal court. We filed a motion to bring our claims back to state court and sever them from the rest of the issues with UDOT's railroad right-of-way easement. So we are having a hearing on July 12th to determine those motions. In the meantime, I've been working with the private property owners to come up with an agreement to try and settle that dispute faster than the court would be able to, because that's really what's bogged us down this whole time. It's just kind of inaction from the court on ruling on any of this stuff. So what we're trying to do is to get the court to just declare that the Division of Wildlife Resources fishing easement is valid and it's located in a specific spot just by the trestle and then up, I think it's about a mile on that stretch of the river. So we're trying to secure that access, and in the meantime, working with the property owner as much as we can to try to get an agreement in place to speed that process up. We've also been, and I don't know what Bert intends to talk about, but he's got his finger on the pulse on this stuff, like he usually does. We've also been talking with Wasatch County to kind of discuss historical access points, because the fishing easement is one thing, it's in that stretch of the river. Sure, you can access it near the trestle and walk up, but there's been sites along 189 that fishermen have been using to access down that river for many, many years. So that would trying to secure that and shore that up, figure out exactly how folks can get there at multiple points. One other piece of this litigation that folks might not be aware of is that our sister agency, Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, filed a motion to intervene. And this is in state court. It's going to take a little bit before some things are decided in federal court. And this is separate from DWR's fishing easement piece, because it's related to Department of Transportation's railroad right-of-way and the property ownership disputes that are along that corridor. And so they filed a motion to intervene because one of the parcels goes into the stream bed. And if somebody's making a claim to title to the stream bed, and there's evidence of navigability of that area, Forestry, Fire, and State Lands is the state entity that can say something about that, because that should be sovereign lands if it was navigable at the time of statehood. So they filed a motion to intervene to assert their claim to title of that stretch of the river. It'll take a while before that gets heard, but that has big implications for stream access all along that stretch, because it would be state title up to the ordinary high water mark on either side of the river. And that is right in the area where the fishing is. So these are things that we've all been working on. We're trying to secure access. We know it's really important to this group and anglers throughout the state, and just wanted to speak our pieces and everything that's been to it to try to secure that for you.
Can you clarify for me? There's a federal case that's it's been removed to federal court. And that's UDOT and the division.
So we filed a joint complaint because the area is kind of connected as far as the property and the area. Our claims are separate, but in the interest of efficiency, as far as the state administrative efficiency and judicial economy, we filed together. That was in state court, but then it got removed to federal court by the property owners. And since our claims, Division of Wildlife Resources claims, are purely matters of state law, it's not appropriate for us to be in federal court. So we're filed a motion to cut ourselves off from that litigation and bring it back to state court where it should be. The UDOT railroad right-of-way issues are probably more appropriate for federal court because it's tied back to the railroad right-of-way grant and that sort of thing, which is.
So where's the motion to intervene filed, which?
That's in state court. It's complicated.
There's the second case going on.
So because what happened was the property owners filed a counterclaim against UDOT, and that one sits in state court. And so once they decide all the things in federal court, it goes back to state court, and that's when all that works.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I would add to that. Forestry, Fire, State Lands filed their motion to intervene in the first case filed, and that was brought by the landowners against UDOT in response to UDOT's clearing trees in preparation for building the multi-use Provo Canyon Parkway. And parallel to that will be the new Heber Valley Historic Railroad tracks. So that lawsuit was filed by the landowners against UDOT. So Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, and lists specific parcels tagged by tax ID numbers. It's actually 5 out of 6 of the parcels have beds of the Provo River mentioned. So in that case, the landowners stated they are unaware of any other parties that may have an interest in this. Forestry, Fire, and State Land said, hang on a minute. There's evidence of navigability. They provided the evidence in their filing, and they said these are effectively, they're asserting these are sovereign lands, constitutionally protected, based on commercial use prior to Utah becoming a state. And if that is the case, then the public has the right to touch the bed and banks, the ordinary high water mark. And they make the point that this is specific to the lower Provo, but the evidence may apply to other parts of the Provo, but based on U.S. Supreme Court precedent, these things must be considered segment by segment. So they're focusing their motion intervening just on the lower Provo case, based on the fact that the landowners are saying they own the beds by virtue of listing their parcel IDs that include the beds of the river.
Oh, yeah, Brian. And then
Yeah, Bert brought up part of the thing I was going to talk about with the trees. The other thing is, the issue is, I keep hearing that with the railroad easement, right? But I think the problem is the railroad gets you near the river, but doesn't get you in the river, right? So, and then with the trail. And if you look at, like, if you pull up like Onyx on that part of the lower Provo, it is so convoluted. Their property lines cross, property lines overlap. Right now, there are two property owners that are claiming that they own Hoover's Hole. Both of them claim that they own both sides of it. It's just crazy what's happening down there. And then for anglers, anglers are feeling like they can just go wherever they want because of a historical access. And then even though they say they can get on the railroad, but the railroad doesn't put you in the river, and then people will just trespass and get into the river. And some groups have just, I don't know what word to use, but encouraged, incited anglers to go and just trespass openly. I mean, I've seen it all over online, like just go do it. They're not enforcing it. Just go down, force the issue. And then that just inflames the landowners. So I'm glad to hear that there's some movement. A little bit, it might take time. But I was going to ask, Christian, I think is your name. What is the railroad? What does that get anglers? If there was a easement there, what does that get anglers? And you're working with the landowner. What is their temperature for coming to a settlement? Thanks.
So my name's Charles.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. There's only so much that I can speak about these things that are involved in litigation. I just wanted to provide as much of an update as I possibly could. The railroad right-of-way easement is necessary for UDOT to put together that parkway project that Bert mentioned. So once that easement would be solidified, that would allow UDOT to continue with their plans, which would then provide more access via that way for trails that might meet up with that other route from Vivian Parkway on up. So the railroad right-of-way itself, in and of itself, would allow UDOT to complete that project, right? So in the meantime, I mentioned that we have a motion hearing scheduled next week. Just generally speaking, because I don't want to speak about details of these things. Typically when you're involved in matters in court, it's a catalyst for facilitating dialogue between parties that might be butting heads or whatever you want to call that. But I can say that we've had positive conversations with the property owners throughout this whole process. And I'm fairly confident that we can come to agreement and work something out without forcing the issue via the court. It's unfortunate that it's taking longer than we would like, but that's just the nature of the court's schedule, and we're kind of at the mercy of that thing. So when things get scheduled, usually that's another catalyst for, hey, we got to sort this thing out ourselves. And so that's what we're doing. We're working as much as we can to do this with them. We want to be protecting anglers and the public, but we also have to consider private property owners' bundle of sticks and their rights as well. We have to be respectful of all that. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to walk that line and do that as quickly as we can.
I guess the only thing I'd add, this part, was back in February, I cold called the Wasatch County Attorney's Office to ask them what is their position regarding public access, especially from the historic parking lots getting to the river. And that put a few wheels in motion, and I don't want to say too much about what's going on, but Wasatch County wants clarity just like we do with respect to what the public has a right to do. And I'm not an attorney, so I can't really speak I'm not well enough educated to speak to what public rights are based on historical use, but that is basically what Wasatch County's position is. The public has been using this area, plus UDOT built these parking lots and has parcels of land. As Ryan pointed out, the land ownership is extremely confused. And if you look at the tax map, the assessor map for Wasatch County, you'll see UDOT doesn't own their own parking lot, a landowner owns their parking lot and so on. So there's a lot of confusion that's created by the tools that we have with respect to where you think you are on whose property. All of that needs to be worked out between the county, Division of Wildlife Resources, UDOT, and especially the landowners who absolutely have a right to post their property where there hasn't been historical access for more than 20 years across that property. So landowners absolutely have the right to keep the public off of their privately owned property. unless the public has used that freely. And again, this is beyond my knowledge as a non-attorney, but that's the position I think that is going to happen going forward. And so there's the other problem, as someone who's been involved in this with respect to the courts, it only took 12 years for the challenge of the Utah's the Public Waters Access Act to finally end in a loss for USAC. So that was a 12-year battle. Court cases take a long time, so it's really hard to tell people, just be patient, you know, eventually this will get sorted out. But the wheels are in motion. That's probably the most important thing to say. And then meanwhile, I think Wasatch County is seeking clarity and hopes to advise after they've come to terms with the landowners. And I don't know if you'll add anything to that.
The only thing I would add is, I know there's a lot of confusion, and if it was just mentioned, when you look at county parcel maps and how convoluted and crazy that can be. One of the positive side benefits that this litigation will likely produce is more certainty to where all those property lines actually exist, and that'll give much more clarity for people for exactly where they can go. For example, with the fishing easement, I can say that when mapped based on the legal description, which is part of the problem, it's kind of like off from where it's actually supposed to be. So you want to correct that and put that. That's my awesome. For you guys to dive with me about. But so once you put one spot and you solidify exactly where that is, railroad of way is exactly where it is, all those other parcels will have to fall in line associated with that. And I know surveyors and people that might be working on this with UDOT and with us to provide historical evidence where this stuff is supposed to be. One of the positive benefits is that will clean up all of those parcels along that area, and then a lot of the subsidies should be solidified.
And once that's clarified, of course, the corridors or trails for public access can be marked clearly so the public knows where they can go. And so the landowner knows, you know, okay, you have a right to be there, but not over here. So I think that's appropriate.
If when all is said and done, if a landowner or UDOT or whoever landowner doesn't like it, can they protest it and extend that out? Or is it like the decision is the decision and that's that, go with it?
If the court says something is where it is and you're going to record those documents based on a court order, there's not much you can do unless you're going to file some kind of separate action to contest that. But at that point, it's already been determined by a court, so they just keep that out.
Okay. All right.
I guess I truly understand how long court cases take. It's a question I have, and a question about a blue ribbon certification out there is, are the landowners still harassing anglers and river users? Because there's a lot of people that float that are legally between the high water marks and in the bed of the river. Not talking about people trespassing. I'm a firm believer in property rights, but are we still getting harassment down there by the property owners of people legally in the river?
That I don't necessarily know because I don't have boots on the ground exactly what's going on, but I know that's what was the catalyst for us to file this in the first place. My guess is that there may be some of that, but I'm hoping much less based on the fact that we know where we are.
So I think it would probably be more accurate to say we're still in a legal gray area with respect to where the public can touch the beds. Because the Public Waters Access Act says if a bed of a river is privately owned, the public does not have the right to touch it, except in ways incidental to floating, and floating only, not angling. What's big about the Forestry, Fire, and State Lands motion to intervene filed on May 23rd is they're saying the state owns these beds. These are sovereign lands based on the fact that the evidence supports this river was used commercially before Utah became a state. And regardless of who owns title currently, they seek the quiet title in the state. Where that goes, we don't know, but that's Forestry, Fire, State Lands position based on the evidence that the Utah Stream Access Coalition collected and provided the forestry, fire, and state lands over 5 years ago. But it's a positive sign from Downstream Access Coalition's perspective that the state is now seeking the quiet title of lands that should be sovereign lands, but are currently privately held, which will open a whole new can of worms, or many cans of worms. But I think it's, you know, from an angling perspective, I know that Wasatch County is not citing or enforcing trespassing if people are in the river. But it's still a legal gray area with respect to the beds, the status of the beds. And I think that's why Forestry and Fire State has felt like they had to step in here with respect to what's been going on. Guides have quickly adapted. Instead of walking people in, they're floating people in on flycraft, you know, which increases traffic. There's also a Blue Ribbon project to improve the put in and take out to allow better boating access.
Right.
And then there's the question, if you float into the places where you used to walk to, can you get out and touch the beds? And again, we're still in a legal gray area, but thus far, no one has been cited for trespass down there in the riverbeds themselves.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry to keep chiming in on this. I'm on this piece of water almost every day. So maybe a little bit of bad news as far as like, are the people being harassed? The only people really being harassed are the people that the landowners feel like are trespassing. There is a lot of flycraft traffic, and those people, like, I know that they say that they're incidentally touching based on floating, but they are anchoring, getting out, getting their people out, wading up and down the river. I watched one situation where the landowner said, you can't stop here, you need to keep floating through. And the guide was sitting on the bank yelling at the landowner horrible things. So anglers aren't innocent in all of this. I'm all for access. But there is still some harassment going kind of both ways. And just the legal gray area is what's so frustrating, because nobody really knows where they can and can't be. So people are just kind of, you know, making their own decisions. And legally right now, you know, with House Bill 141, some of those decisions are wrong. Like, you know, that you just can't be in the riverbed or on the bank. And so there's still some of those issues, but the law enforcement is just out of the equation completely. So it's kind of a volatile situation. I worry that something's gonna happen about it. But
is there anything else on this subject?
Well, I guess, you know, we've been kind of kicking this around since, you know, it was brought to the committee's attention, the council's attention last year, and we tabled it. And I'm wondering if it's time that we, either at this meeting or the next meeting, take a vote to temporarily suspend Blue Ribbon status on that stretch of the Provo River until this is clarified.
I'll say one thing, being it's my water, it's more than access to Blue Ribbon. It's not just about access. Look at the fishing. Our numbers are still 2,000 to 5,000 fish per mile. Phenomenal fishery. You catch browns over there. Yeah, they're not giant 30-inch brown trout that might escape from Deer Creek. You might stumble into something like that, but the rainbows are great. So think about it not just by the access point. Think about it as you would evaluate a whole water. Does it still fit all the criteria?
Well,
and we've lost a lot of water, and we probably lost a lot of the best fishy water in some people's eyes, the upper stretches. But I think it's hard to, in my opinion, I'd have a hard time making a decision when there's still so much up in the air, given that you still can access a lot of that river.
The other question that raises is, do we do a survey to figure out at what point you cut it off? I mean, you got a whole river system is what you're talking about. That's Blue Ribbon. And there are a lot of Blue Ribbon waters, not necessarily in Utah, Armstrong Spring Creek, and those 100% private. You got to spend $300 a day to access it. I don't think we're at that point. We've got two pieces of litigation going and negotiations going on. So that's my take on it. I don't think it's right for that. And I think it needs to be more than simply a political decision. I think it needs to, when we look at the hot scale, I mean, there are a number of factors that determine what's blue ribbon.
So if I may, I am the one who asked that the Lower Provo be delisted back in an email on April 30th of 2023. And one of the reasons for that is the new little yellow no trespassing signs went up everywhere, including below the brown sign, Green Gate, Hoover's Hole parking access area, where I've gone for 25 years. What wasn't clear to me at the time was whether or not, if I go do what I've done for 25 years, I'd end up with a Class B misdemeanor citation, equivalent to assault, reckless driving by speed, etc., for going fishing on a blue ribbon fishery. So my request was based on, is it true that I'm going to be cited to do what I've done for 25 years? I feel a little bit better about that now, in the sense that I don't think that's going to happen. So it is, you know, we're only talking about what, I think it's 3 miles, 5 miles of the Lower Provo, and that's approximately a 10 or 15 mile. Do you know the numbers?
Yeah, I think you're all
Somewhere
right
in
there.
that neighborhood. So it's a quarter or a fifth of the Lower Provo. And so if there's no, I mean, you're in a difficult position, because what do you tell the public? Because we're in a legal gray area. So I don't know what to tell the public, but I don't think anybody's going to come to the state, buy a license, go fishing on the Lower Provo, and go home with a trespass citation, Class B misdemeanor, and have to come back and defend themselves in court. So, you know, I made the request having first seen those signs go up, and now that the things have played out, that people aren't being cited, I feel less motivated towards requesting delisting. And there are plenty of places to catch some nice fish above and below that.
But my only concern is that the tax dollars you're spending on potential private property. You know, I agree with you, it's a great fishery. I guess the guides can float it legally. You know, these matters really bother me. You know, historically, you know, as the state grows, and by 2050, 2060, you know, we're going to be 5.5, 6 million people in the state. And if we keep having these issues where access is being terminated to historically used waters by the public, you know, what does that bode well for our children and their children? And so I would like to at least keep this on the agenda for the next meeting, get an update and see where we go from there. Because just because there's great fishing in there doesn't mean that we should be promoting that as a blue ribbon water if the public can't access it, and a private property owner is the one benefiting from the efforts of the general public and their license fees.
We just saw the same thing on the Duchesne. We can't use the Indian land and we can't use the private land. So you got the same issue on a much more dear water.
Right.
I think it would be.
I just don't think we should pull that trigger today.
Quite yet.
But it would be, it'd be kind of cool to, if, I don't know, there are a handful of folks who could commit to fish on the Lower Provo and kind of come back in November and just give a report of their overall experience. Because Ryan's experience and what he's seen out there is kind of concerning. I'm not saying that I'm leaning one way or the other about keeping it or not, but it would be great to hear more about more experiences out there. So if folks think they can commit to getting down there.
I do get down there. I don't yell at property owners.
If you see that, geez, Louise, nobody needs that fishing, right? Like that makes for a bad day.
I have a question, just from a simple-minded way of thinking. I'm having a hard time understanding how Bert has had access to it for 25 years. My dad for 40 years before Bert. Okay. And we've had that access. somebody comes in and buys property and says, I own that. And we're in a gray area. Well, why, if we're in a gray area, are we restricted and said, we're told you can't use it? Why isn't it, you can use it until it gets ironed out? And once it gets ironed out, then you may not be able to use it anymore.
The question to end all questions.
What I would say is, I mean, those are just both the perspectives of each party involved. So it's a gray area. So it's black on one side, white on one side, gray in the middle. Black side has their argument, you can't come there. The white side says, go there until it's settled.
Yeah.
So I think it's a choice that people make, whether or not they're willing to go there and fish.
So it's like Ryan saying, it's the landowner and the guy that's fishing, you know, black and white.
The problem is if law enforcement steps in to defend the private property, you're gonna get cited, and that's the hammer.
Yeah.
Makes a difference on why things are.
I could make one shout out to law enforcement. As difficult as this is for anglers and for the public, it's exceptionally difficult for law enforcement.
Oh, yeah.
These matters, not without having clear direction one way or the other of how things should go. But like Bert mentioned, people are going in there and fishing. They're not being cited for this right now because of the gray area. So
Yeah.
if there's anybody that's looking at it as one way or the other, law enforcement is kind of taking a position that we're not going to act on this until it's resolved.
Then the only other thing I would add is, this motion to intervene filed by Forestry Fire State Lands is a step in the right direction. All of our major rivers, talking about 10 to 12 of our major rivers, they call the big waters, were used to float logs before Utah became a state. That's a commercial use, and USAC, that's Utah Stream Access Coalition. In a case that went before the Utah Supreme Court, proved that that's enough. The log float test is enough to document commercial use. If it was used commercially, it's navigable water, period. Federal law says so. But there's a case for the legislature to get involved, to consider the evidence and consider the navigability status and affirm the navigability status based on the evidence in hand. That clarifies the public. Should that happen, should it be adjudicated as navigable? That clarifies that the public has every right to touch the bed and the banks of the ordinary high water mark. Still doesn't get you to the river from the parking lot. If someone says, I own this now, you can't go here, despite the fact that you did for 25 years. But it's a big step forward, and certainly it'll make a big impact on the Lower Provo. But for the legislature, 2 years ago, we tried to run a bill to establish a procedure to have Forestry Fire State Lands consider the evidence, make recommendations. It didn't get out of committee. Maybe there's an appetite for that, the legislature going forward. We'll find out.
All right, so I think we've pretty much done this for today, but we can discuss this at the next meeting. It's in November. We don't know what your progress will be on either the litigation or the settlement. But you're right. It needs to be clarified, and then we can make a decision back then.
Ryan had a question.
Who?
Hey, real quick, I know it's been belabored, but if anybody that wants to go down on the lower and see what we're talking about, I would love to take you guys on a field trip, and we can go drive around, and we'll drive over and we'll fish the forbidden fruit too. So and I'll take you guys out there, and we'll have a great time, and we can kind of lay the groundwork for what's happening and where the confusion is, and we can pull up the lines while we're there. It would be a lot of fun. And I just want to clarify, I did not in any way mean to disparage law enforcement. Just their hands are tied too. And I totally understand that. But yeah, let's go out, contact me, and we can do a little field trip. It'll be way fun.
Awesome. All right.
And are you Dean?
I'm Dean.
Hi, Dean. I'm Trina. Good to meet you. Sorry, everyone. He came in a little while ago. You were only like 3 minutes late, but then I was like totally absorbed into the meeting at that point. So this is Dean. He's a prospective just interested in joining the council eventually, even though we don't maybe have a seat for it, but.
So everybody doesn't think I'm hiding behind the chair.
Right. Just want to acknowledge him since
If I
I've
have
been ignoring
15
him forever.
seconds, you guys are probably wondering, who is this guy that we voted for last election? It's me. And there are 3 things that I could tell you, reasons why I feel that I can help you in your work as a volunteer. So if you want to get a hold of me, time's of the essence, and I was late, so thanks for your time, guys. And I recognize Bert from the Fishing Expo and Mickey. I've been in the store a number of times. I pointed myself out to him last time, so I'm looking for Chris Crockett.
He's aquatic manager for me. So.
Okay, yeah, I've had a lot of communication with Chris lately. I was hoping to meet him, but
He's dealing with carp right now. He's got a fun job today.
carp,
Yeah.
carp are more important than me?
Yeah.
Joke, of course. Sorry
Okay.
for the waste of time, guys.
Do we want to start, just keep going with the central region
Sure.
update?
I don't have much for an update. Yeah, thanks, Charles. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Charles.
I don't have much of an update. We haven't really done much in our region for blue ribbon water sampling, by any means. Wes and Allen gave me some stuff on Strawberry. All their eDNA tests came back negative. No walleyes, according to eDNA. They set numerous gill nets for multiple weeks straight. Never got any walleye. They got a bunch of suckers, which is not something they commonly see in their fall sampling, which was really cool. Big ones too. You're talking like 24-inch suckers coming out of Strawberry, which is, you can hook one of those on the fly. It'd be a fun thing to catch. The cutthroat, we're doing awesome. And the nets we saw had some really nice cutthroat come up. Of course, it's always a shame to kill some unnecessarily, like we were kind of doing. But we had to set nets to see if we were going to get any walleye, but we didn't get any walleye there. He got only one night electrofishing, and they didn't see anything with that either. So we appear to be in the clear for walleye. Of course, we have more sampling. They'll be doing their normal fall sampling in October. Get in contact with either me. I don't know. They don't think they have a tentative date. I believe it was. I don't know if it's on the calendar or not. I don't think I put it on there yet. I just found this out the other day when I was with them for some training, but the 13th through the 16th is kind of their hydroacoustic surveys as well as their curtain net sampling. I don't know.
Which month?
October.
Fill that in.
Yeah, I haven't put that in there yet. Sorry, Trina. So all is good at Strawberry. Fishing seems good. Kokanee are starting to bite from the sounds of it. Some really nice fish getting caught too. So hopefully we have a really good year. And again, it's another high water year. That all the reservoirs are sitting high, and that makes fishing a lot more of a challenge compared to what we were sitting 2 years ago. Where fish were a little more concentrated. But all seems to be good in Strawberry right now. They're doing some maintenance on, I believe, the Chicken Creek East access. I don't mean say this before I
That was
speak
Blue
too
Ribbon
much.
Project.
See, all DNA said negative. No other angler reports on the walleye either, which is good. They're doing some trap repairs for the spawn coming up. We're getting those finished before this year. That was not a Blue Ribbon project, but something that helps fishery get our kokanee spawn. But yes, they're doing maintenance on the Chicken Creek East boat ramp. The Forest Service didn't put enough rock for high water. There's some washout going around the ramp and near the ramp in the parking area. But Wes and Allen are taking care of that and helping that project as well. So we spent there is being finalized. I think they're putting the extension on the boat ramp too. Wes finished that as well. So Chicken Creek East should be good to go, and whatever the Forest Service helps us with this year with plowing and all that.
They're doing the fish for garbage cleanup this Saturday.
Yeah,
at Strawberry Chicken Request.
Yep. Thanks, Vicky. Appreciate that. Jordanelle, Deer Creek, fishing.
One question
Yeah, go
on
ahead.
Strawberry, that restoration that Alan did up above, Strawberry, Creek up there, river.
Yeah, I work with Forest Service.
Yeah. Have you been up there this year to see it?
I have not. He didn't give me any updates. You talking where the fencing kind of went in and some of the street restoration?
all the PDAs up there.
So that was a lot of Forest Service project with Cody Edwards, actually. I can contact Cody, get an update from him. He's probably spent a little more time on that. Britton might even have some update on that as well. I'm sure T was involved with that.
Yeah, he's
But,
doing something else right now.
but yeah, I can get you something there. I'll talk to Cody, and they're doing some more cattle work on some of the other tributaries of Strawberry. They're planning to do some more fencing. Not necessarily fishing tributaries, but we do see a lot of cutthroat run up on some of these smaller trips in the spring. And some of the Kokanee do as well, and West Allen will go take them out and bring them to the trap to make sure we can use them. So there's some small trips that they're gonna do some more cattle protection from, on those, and our native bio's actually up there right now, because it's a lot of it's her frog and toad work, other native sensitive species. So it's kind of not just a fisheries project, but they're working on some other parts.
Frogs and toads are healthy.
Oh, yeah. So, like I said, Strawberry, or good on Strawberry, Jordanelle, Deer Creek, we haven't done any work. We have our sampling in October, first week of October. I put that on the calendar. I'd love to have you guys come out for Deer Creek. Jordanelle, we're trying to do a targeted tiger muskie survey this fall, some point in September. Still working on scheduling with the northern region. We'll use probably 2 shockers and see if we can find our tiger muskies. We've been finding that for 7 years. This is a really good year for tiger muskie. We actually have surplus tiger muskie, which I think is the first time in forever. We put an extra 2,000 in a couple weeks ago, small ones. But they're promising me they're going to get our 8-inch fish for later this summer, all 15,000 of them, and we might get extra, which would be awesome for tiger muskie and Jordanelle. We haven't encountered any, which is why I want to do some targeted surveys this spring, or this fall, see if we can actually find a tiger muskie in their reservoir. Put a lot of effort into it, so hopefully they show up. Totally some bass anglers the other day caught one and lost his boat, sadly, a 48-incher. Didn't get a picture, of course, because we're all fishing, but yeah, it was nice to actually hear a report, because we don't even hear reports of tiger muskies. Deer Creek, we got a bunch of rainbows in, got all the rainbows in Deer Creek and Jordanelle. So there's plenty of fish to go catch. I know those waters aren't up for evaluation, but they're close for a lot of you. So go fishing out there. High water is going to be good for everything. Middle Provo, I can't speak to much fishing. We've had high runoff, really high. So I don't think too many people have been on the river. Bill, if you got any updates for angler reports, feel free to, I know you spend a lot of time on Strawberry. But for the most part, that's my biologist take on my region. It's been a slow spring on Blue Ribbon waters. I've been spending a lot of time on a lot of small waters in my area and trying to catch up from years of not sampling, 20-year gaps from last time we sampled some of these waters. So been a busy year.
Did they send out local light traps for walleye and Strawberry too, or were they not able to get to that?
I don't know. I
thought that was a little bit ambitious.
They didn't mention that yet to me yesterday when I talked to them. And I also didn't hear about going up to the ladders to see if any other fish were pulling up into the water yet. I don't know where they've been at. I think they've been focusing a lot of time fixing the trap for the fiscal year end. So gotta spend money. So I think it's been working.
Well, if you want an angler report for Deer Creek.
Yeah, go ahead.
The one word answer is yes. It's a very good fishery and something you guys should all be very, very proud of. I've set aside all my other thinking. I'm talking to you as an angler. And not being a complete native to Utah here, that is the prize fishery in my mind. There are some beautiful, beautiful rainbow trout that come out of that lake. When that rod bends behind my boat, it is a treat. It really, really is. So, yeah, and they're good table fare. My wife loves them. The freezer ran out last month, and I got a request to get going and go fishing.
We just put a bunch of fish in there. I can't remember what the stock.
Yeah, so Deer Creek is, yeah.
We also just had the spearfishing state record was broke for walleye this spring. 13-pound, 8-ounce walleye came out of Deer Creek. Wow. So there's still some trophy walleye. Anglers don't encounter them a lot, but in my opinion, I think they eat mostly trout. So your typical walleye tactics probably don't work for those big walleye because they're feeding on rainbow trout that work for you. Which I know it's common for those way over there in starvation. A lot of trout eaters on walleye. So thanks, Dean. Bill, you got anything to update for Strawberry? Or yeah, Strawberry, sorry.
So I've got a comment on Strawberry. Strawberry's been really good for dry fly fishing right now. Good. I'm gonna go fish it Tuesday. I'm gonna fish it after cleanup Saturday. But a few of my friends have been up there fishing, throwing the great big chubbies and doing really well on dries now.
Awesome. Wow. So I should get out of the office is what you're telling me.
Yeah. We're camping Friday night. Come on up.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, I like to go in alphabetical order, so that would be Northeastern region next. Thank you.
Okay, start with Flaming Gorge. Ryan, just wanted to say thank you for awarding the funding for the Cedar Springs fishing pier. They're also got approved for the voting access grant. They're for the floating trail as well. So they're looking to see if they can get it in time. They're looking to install it this summer. If not, they'll be installing it next spring. They completed the Flaming Gorge netting last month, and the data hasn't been analyzed yet, but it looks like their lake trout numbers are up again for both Utah and Wyoming. They'll be conducting reservoir electrofishing surveys for smallmouth bass in the next couple of or the next month or so, and they'll be working in conjunction with the Wyoming Game and Fish. The fishing has been much better this spring, especially for anglers starting in Kokanee. What he reports says that they've been catching multiple size and age classes, which is a good indicator is for better survival. So hopefully it's for many years to come. That's all I've got for Flaming Gorge. Lake Canyon habitat work was wrapped up, just early this month. Some ways, Brian reports that some ways it's frustrating because they didn't get much done because they had to spend significant amount of time repairing some of the work that was done before and years prior because it was severely damaged from flooding that happened in the canyon in the summer of 22. He says that the final product this year is better than what was existing prior to the flooding, where they constructed a new pond. They took the time and funding to create structures to help deal with any flooding that they receive in the future. Says they'll have one more year of funding requests, which you guys been look forward to seeing as part of the funding request for the fiscal year 2026. Lake Canyon spawning. They also worked in Lake Canyon spawning. Struggled to get the number of fish they wanted to see, but pending on a good eye pop up, they should be really close to meeting the quota for the food.
They took fish from the Vinaquin too.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. They finished up egg take in the Vinaquin Creek for the purpose of introducing new genetics to Lake Canyon cutover. So it seems to go. He says it seems to go well, and they're hoping for a good eye pop. Currently, they're working on Sheep Creek lake trap. I talked to them earlier this week, and they have not seen good numbers of fish. It says that males were already spent. The ones that they were seeing were already spent, and females were not ready. So hopefully that changes soon, or hopefully they can get their numbers up. I haven't talked to them since.
And these are for the South Slope cutthroat brood. And so those offspring whatever survives are used to populate, sport fishing, conservation areas on the south slope of the limit. Whereas the Lake Canyon is North Tabacus, so the Boat Coast area. That'd be like Strawberry River, Timber Canyon, and Lake Canyon, Kern Creek, even, so.
Your populations in Lake Canyon are good. They survive the winter.
Yeah, they survived
Yeah,
this winter.
They survived this winter, yeah.
Still recovering from that winter kill. I want to say, was that 2 winters ago?
Yeah, I think he said, yeah, 21. Yeah. Last thing, just an FYI, he says, they netted Slab Lake, and the new Gully Fill Lake on Strawberry River.
So these are like, it's not a beaver pond, but it like Slab Lake is what they call Duchesne Lake, which is what Duchesne County calls this random lake that formed when Slab Canyon had this major erosive event. So this is post Dollar Ridge fire, and they had, so you have that burn scar, right? And not very much vegetation. You get the floods, and Slab Canyon just like vomited tons of erosive material, like all this shale formed a lake actually on Strawberry River. So we don't stock it. It doesn't have a water ID. It's literally part of the Strawberry River, and they'll talk about it here when I go through new regulations, because we have to clarify the regulations there. So it's kind of funny. People are fishing it. They're fishing in there.
Yeah, and apparently the netting was really good. They seen brown trout, 20 and 23 inches in there. So,
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, as long as it stays that way, and it's, we don't, he says that as long as we don't get monsoonal flooding, we'll see.
I think that area above Slab Canyon is pretty good. I think most of the impact was Slab Canyon, I want to say. So it's probably pretty good that it might stick around. But it's pretty wild though.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some pictures of that. He didn't share, but yeah, there's some really nice ones. We're conducting a Strawberry River Creel survey using dedicated hunters. We're using survey 123. So with that, if you guys come out, you guys are more than welcome to volunteer as well to do that Creel survey if you come out, and then that was another way for you guys to look at the fishery.
Which stretch of the Strawberry?
That's the above, right? Yeah, it's above the starvation.
Trying to assess are people coming back to fish, because I had a report last year that people were coming back in force, and then we sent the dedicated hunters out and they never talked to anyone. So it was kind of seemed to be contradictory. So, but eventually people are going to come back, especially when they start hearing about Slab Lake numbers.
Right.
So you mentioned Survey 123. Are people in the room familiar with Survey 123? You know what it is? It's so you can build forms on there to collect data and so forth, and it rolls in. I'm sure you have it on the cloud. It rolls into their main database, but it's an app basically. You can put it on your phone. You download that form that you're allowed to download onto that app, and then you can start filling it out without any data. It's really a great way to collect data.
Yeah, it's a really useful tool. I can send out an email with all the information you guys need. So far, we've gotten, the last time Natalie told me that we've gotten 10 dedicated hunters to sign up for. So, so hopefully that goes well. Starvation has been fishing very well for all species. June is one of the best months for fishing in. The walleye exploitation study will be wrapped up in at the end of this month. If you guys have or know of anyone that has a red tag for that, make sure you turn that in for the exploitation study. Catch Cure is this weekend in their tournament. Catch a Cure tournament is this weekend. Fishing for walleye and bass.
Are they expecting good numbers, do you think?
I think so. The reports Natalie has been getting more reports than I have, but the reports that she said been really good for rainbows, some walleyes as well. The Diamond Mountain Lakes, Calder and Kraus, their fish survive in winter up there. The lake is not full. Both lakes are not full, but there is fish. It is fishable, and they have seen. Natalie was up there, and she said once you figure out the right pattern for rainbow trout, it's phenomenal.
We were catching much fish over the winter. Like they're fat, right? They're not
Right.
big yet because they had that winter kill.
Right.
Oh, but they're at least healthy.
Do you have the algae problem yet there?
This
Oh,
year,
it's got to be coming.
yeah, it's coming, but
But not
not
there.
yet. No.
Right.
Yeah.
No one from
Nasty stuff.
PWQ's been up there yet. That's the only reason.
Right.
No, I think they can monitor satellites, so we maybe are lucky. Maybe it'll be later this year.
And other than that, got the Pelican Krill survey that's be wrapping up in August. People have been fishing. Where has gotten out. It's been pretty popular there this spring, and been really good. The bass have been really, really good. All on top water. I've seen people. People have said 3 to 4 pound bass coming out. And some tiger muskies over 30 inches have been caught there as well. So that's all I got.
Okay. Any questions for this way?
On the Flaming Gorge, you said multi-year classes at Kokanee.
Yeah.
Did they specify what years they're picking up?
2s and 3s is what Ryan says, that from anglers, and he's himself has caught 1 year old.
They don't go 4 years, do they?
They go, yeah.
It's
Rare.
the fifth year.
Yeah, the 4th and 5th years are in the question marks.
They're a genetic, cousin of the sockeye, correct?
Yes.
Landlocked. Sockeye is only 2 to 3 in the ocean.
In the ocean, yeah.
So
Interesting.
Alan always says that the big fish that you get out of Strawberry are your 4 or 5s that just won't spawn. There's something wrong with them. That's why they have to get so large.
Do they really exist at those age groups?
That's what he says. I don't know. He always says that until you get one coconut over like 20 inches of strawberry.
In 4 years, you get
It's a 4 or
kings,
5 years.
30 pounds. It's the ocean. I just wonder. All right, that's
Anything else?
great, thanks. Got anybody else we can get a report out of? Yeah.
Normally we go to Northern Region next, but I told Calvin he could go sooner because, he's got duck port traps to have to deal with. So.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
Good.
Yep, sorry about that. I'll start off with our reservoirs. Pretty much everything down here is full and spilling or just finished spilling. So good water on all of our blue ribbon water, flat waters, and then all of our other reservoirs. So should have a good time. Tyler mentioned that we had some extra tiger muskies this year. So we were able to stock extra tiger muskie into Jones Valley and also Schofield. We were able to double our quota in Schofield and almost double our quota for Jones Valley too. So we should see some good age classes in the future with those stockings. Our streams are starting to clear up down here. We had angler reports yesterday. We talked to some anglers on Lower Fish Creek. It's cleared up. Guys were having a wonderful time down on Lower Fish Creek at our WMA access point. A lot of cutthroat, some nice browns. And then also last week, we were seeing some really good brown trout coming out of Huntington Creek, just for people to be aware. That one I think is pretty close to being reevaluated. So that's some really nice 20-inch, 22-inch brown trout being caught on the main stem of Huntington Creek. Like Trina said, we're operating our Duck Fork spawning trap for our Colorado River cutthroat trout. We started that this Monday. We'll run it till at least July 4th. We'll do 2 egg takes. So if any council members would like to come up, excuse me, we'll be up there every day from now till at least the 3rd or 4th. If you're interested on spawn days, let me know and we can give you a heads up exactly when we're going to spawn. But if you just want to see the trap and come up and see cutthroat and running up the stream, you're more than welcome to come on up. Right now, we ran it for 2 days and we're about 150 cutthroat already in the trap.
How's access? Is there any snow problems still up there?
I don't know if you can come over the top yet from the San Pete County side up from 12 Mile. I know that Skyline, there's still going to be snow drifts. I heard a report of a 4-wheeler maybe getting over from Farron Reservoir over to 12 Mile, but I haven't heard of a pickup yet. So we're going to try it this week. I know our hatchery guys are up there trying to get around too. So as soon as we know, we'll let people, what the conditions are. So, but you can make it all the way up Farron, the Farron side. But yeah, so we've got a lot of fish in the trap and running up the stream. Some nice big 18 to 20 inch cutthroat right now. So fun to see that going on up there. And as far as other fishing opportunities, if any council members or if you hear of any anglers fishing Electric Lake this year and targeting kokanee, we'd like to hear how things are going for them. We're just trying to keep an eye on people's catches and the size and quality of those kokanee this year. We're going to try to do some fall netting up there, but we also would like to hear what anglers are catching too. So the reservoir's full. It spilled, from what I understand, a couple weeks ago. So shouldn't be any problems launching a boat. But yeah, if anybody makes it up there, we'd love to hear how fishing's been at Electric. Jordan, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I don't think so right now. I think, yeah, I don't think I have anything Blue Ribbon related. So, thanks, Calvin.
That's all I had, unless you guys had any questions.
Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you, and I get to drive to Duck Fork now, so I might still be on my phone. So if you guys have questions later, but I'll be out of the office. So thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Russ is going to give the update for Clint.
Yeah, Clint apologizes that he's not here. He is the co-chair for the Northern Region Watershed Restoration Initiative, doing his little 2-year stint there. But they have a field trip today up on the WMA, the new one. Cinnamon Creek is where he's at. So anyway, he does apologize, but he gave us some good information. And if you know Clint isn't always an optimistic person, but his report that he's given to me is pretty dang optimistic. So it must be good. And Clint could do this a lot better than I could, that's for sure. But if you recall from last year, he reported on Bear Lake and the spawning for cutthroat trout and collecting eggs and so forth. It was really challenging last year because of the hot water. And so he said that's wrapping up this week, and it's been a good year. And they've been able to collect eggs from fish in the trap. Flows are still high, but it's working out. And a cold spring has kept the fish from moving in, and flows caused some issues, but it all worked out, he said. So, and the spring nets looked good. At Pineview Reservoir, the water levels have been fluctuating greatly as they've been trying to balance how much water is going to be coming in versus what they let out and so forth, and not blow anything out down in Ogden and so forth. But anyway, it's full, it's spilling. The reservoir, it's clearing up. They installed fish habitat, mossback and pond kingfish habitat structures in the south arm, and it's currently in 60 feet of water, but will be accessible as the water is drawn down during the summer. Although I will say that last year they thought there'd be a fairly significant drawdown on Pineview with water users, and that didn't happen. It didn't actually. drop hardly at all. So, as people were conserving water and so forth. They are starting the acoustic telemetry tagging study that, if you all remember, that, and they'll be putting in the receivers this fall, and tagged fish will be going in next year. So that's kind of an exciting project to see what happens and where these fish go and how they travel throughout the reservoir. At East Canyon, there's no new reports or netting going on, but I have heard some reports from individuals, and fishing is decent. It's not hot, but it's okay. People are catching fish. There are good sized rainbows there, and there's a few kokanee still around. That's what he's reporting. And Lost Creek is similar to East Canyon. No netting this spring. The reservoir spilled. So good water conditions, really good conditions for zooplankton, and that should be good for the rainbows, cutthroats, and kokanee. I'll have to get up to Lost Creek here soon and fish that and see how things are there. And Willard Bay, though, he's very positive about Willard Bay. Young of the Year walleye from last year did extremely well, and were being caught by anglers this winter and early spring. They are also found in the catfish as a food source. They stocked 2.5 million walleye fry this year, and walleye spawn went well. And he says, we are stocking 1 million wiper fry from Arkansas again. Catfish, walleye, and wiper all seem to be in really good condition. So again, Willard Bay is probably a great place to go if you want to get out and try something different than, Strawberry or, Deer Creek or something like that. On the Logan River, it's still running really high. No samples yet, and is actually not fishable yet, really. So aware of that. On the Weber River, he says here, blown out with runoff this spring. We didn't have any major, I would say, flooding issues on the Weber itself. They managed the water extremely well, but and I'm hoping what he's really saying, blown out, meaning it did a good job in kind of creating that riffle pool structure that you need when you do these, restoration projects and some of these hardened restoration projects. The Weber is truly a canal, in all reality. I mean, it doesn't have the ability to really move and flow like a lot of rivers in Utah. So when I was the biologist there, I always called it the canal. And but you need these big flows to come in and scour some of your holes out and create some of this really nice these nice holes with log structure that gets kind of trapped in them and so forth. But so that's what I'm hoping he's saying about that. He says also that they're going to start floating the green, or not the green. They're going to start floating the Weber in sampling for the green sucker. And I was kind of asking Trina about the green sucker because I hadn't heard about the green sucker, and it's based now. That's what they were calling the bluehead sucker. So, because that's what I was so used to there. And he also, up your way where you're building your new house, he says Smith and Morehouse, they're finding a lot of Arctic grayling spawning, and they're pretty excited about that. So
yeah, I think I don't know the exact count, but I think they've collected 75,000 eggs so far over a couple of takes, which is awesome because they were super concerned that they were gonna really be able to effectively catch fish that were ready to spawn. So I'd say they've done a bang up job. Just like, that first year you're doing a new spawn, especially a wild spawn, you're just learning a lot and trying to figure things out. So, we want to see what the IUP actually ends up to get, but I think everyone's pretty excited about the results so far,
Yeah.
Even if, in the hatchery, it's not as good as we want, right? I think it's still a successful year. Like I said, you're just learning a lot your first year.
Yep.
Who's raising those fish?
So Ted is going to be raising them on campus. they're doing this pond.
So I haven't talked to Clint about this, but you know, this past winter, they went up and caught some samples, you know, to take samples from, tissue samples and so forth. But do you have to do that every year?
Yeah, every year you're gonna take eggs. So yeah, for warm water fish, you just need one sample and that's your disease certification. So that's what you're referring to. For cold water fish, it has to be 3 initially, and they have to be at least 4 months apart. And then after it's approved, then it's just every year. And if they find something like whirling disease, then you can take eggs, you just can't move fish, right? So, but if you get a clean bill of health, then you can actually move fish if that's your goal, because sometimes we transfer fish. But anytime you're moving fish or eggs, we always do disease certification through our fish health personnel at Christy Swan. And it basically, they're looking for all of the known culprits in that particular like group of fish. So it's pretty intensive, so it helps us.
So there'll be probably an opportunity again. I was invited this past winter to go up and ice fish, for grayling, and
Tomorrow?
yeah,
Just snow machine
they got in with 4-wheelers. Yeah, I got sick that day and I couldn't go. It was really disappointing. Really disappointing.
This year they're gonna add, because they don't think they're gonna get enough to meet the quota, so they're talking about adding in Washington, which would also, they'll have to do 3, so it'll be a winter time trip, they're thinking now. So there's an opportunity as well.
Yep, so it probably will be on snowmobile.
I had a couple of reports, Smith and Morehouse, a couple of guys from our club were up there and they were just slamming them right at, they were out in a little boat and they were right at the, mouth of Smith Creek there and said it was unbelievable. Rainbows and cutties. Talk about grayling. A friend of mine took his kids out to Echo off the dock at the state park and they caught 15 fish in about an hour and a half and on power bait. So that's working real good. And Echo's spilling, but the scouring of the upper Weaver above Oakley is just unbelievable this year. It's even bigger than last year. And there's all kinds of new scoping the holes out.
Habitat.
There's all kinds of new habitat. A lot of new soft water. So it's really good to see. And that they're Echo spilling and they're letting 1,200, 1,500 1,250 cubic CFS out of Rockport. And it's just, they're all right up to the brim. Rockport hasn't spilled yet, but I'm surprised it hasn't.
It's just the cooler weather, I think, that we've been having so far, but brace yourself.
Well, it went up. The upper Weaver went up 4.5 feet easy during that warm spell we had, and then it's back down, starting to come back into the banks. It's unbelievable.
I'm sure we're gonna see some really big spikes on the Bear River drainage. So that's gonna really start coming down now.
Good year for flood
Nice reestablishment. Commercial. So that's all I have on Northern.
Okay, thanks. Any
Somebody
questions?
has questions?
Any questions about the Northern region? Okay, well, I haven't heard from Lindy that lunch is here. So we could just go into the Southern region and then just, try to get through yours before lunch comes.
Sure.
And maybe we'll try not to let it get too cold, but.
Yeah, I'll go quick.
Okay.
Do you mind if I drive
let's
this
switch.
bunch of combinations?
Switch your
So we put together a presentation for Utah Anglers Coalition meeting and a couple other meetings, so I figured I'd just recycle it. It has all the information I give you guys anyway in a presentation. My apologies to Bird and other people who may have already seen it. So we do a lot of our monitoring in the spring. So we've recently done monitoring on most of the blue ribbon waters in our region. But I'll start off with Otter Creek and Paiute Reservoir Management Plans. So this is how we typically monitor, manage our popular fisheries as we get together a public committee that's made up of different stakeholders, mostly anglers, but also different agencies, usually an elected official, a local business representative. So we have these public committees and they come up with the kind of goals and objectives for our management plan. Laren served on the Otter Creek and Paiute Reservoir Management Plan Committee. So for Otter Creek Reservoir, the goal is pretty straightforward. It's functioning really well. Last year, you guys voted to keep Otter Creek Reservoir as a blue ribbon fishery. So the goal is really just maintain what we have there. The actions that came out of it were, again, just maintaining what we're doing. Was there a hand raise?
Did someone raise a hand? Online, we can't see you.
Well, I'll just keep going.
Switch over.
Is the presentation being shared? The screen shared?
Thanks, John. Thanks for calling us out on that.
No worries, thank you.
Eesh. It's hard to break. I'm just sharing that. So that should be all you need.
There you go. You see it now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So the management actions just continue what we're doing with our stocking quota, stocking white for rainbows, and then also wipers for the chub control. Paiute Reservoir, so we did them both under one kind of management plan because they're so linked, they're on the same system. The situation is we don't have a conservation pool in Otter Creek, but we're fortunate and there's the way kind of some water rights work there. They have to keep a little bit of water in Otter Creek for delivery later in the year. So we essentially are able to keep a trout fishery in Otter Creek, but Paiute Reservoir, we don't have a conservation pool and it can get essentially drained anytime we have kind of drought-like conditions. So we haven't been able to keep a trout fishery in Paiute. So but it has a huge potential. When there's water in it, it grows great trout. So the goals that the committee came up with were establish a trout fishery when conditions allow. So basically the last 2 years we've had great snowpack. We know we're going to have water in it. So we've done some opportunistic stocking, mostly through excess fish. So that's one goal. And then the other goal is for those down years when it gets drained and we can't have the trout fishery, we want to try and establish a warm water fishery. The actions, like I said, strategic rainbow trout stocking, and then we're kind of kitchen sink approach, throwing a lot of different warm water species in there and hopefully establish some kind of warm water fishery. So we've already transferred some crappie, smallmouth bass. We've been stocking catfish, so also some bluegill, and then we're going to do a lot of monitoring to see how that works out. So it's nice to have some clarity and direction on these two reservoirs because Otter Creek's really popular and Paiute has a lot of potential. We did the same thing at our Washington County reservoir, so Sand Hollow, Quail Creek, and Gunlock. You guys voted on these three to keep them blue ribbon last fall. And so we went through this process. Dave Buchanan was the blue ribbon rep on the committee. The goal for Sand Hollow was to improve the size and condition of largemouth bass. There's just lots and lots of really skinny, unhealthy 10 to 12 inch bass right now. The actions that we're going to implement to try and achieve the goal they're all basically around trying to increase harvest. So we're proposing a regulation change to allow more harvest, and we're planning a lot of outreach to try and increase harvest, maybe looking at putting in a fish cleaning station. It's really all geared towards trying to get people to take more fish so that the fish that are there can grow bigger and be healthier. Quail Creek Reservoir, a little bit similar to Sand Hollow, but at Quail Creek, there's lots of small fish and then some really big, great trophy bass. And we're not sure what the problem is, if we're lacking forage for them to transition from that small size to the trophy size or what it is. But the goal is to improve the size structure of the largemouth bass. Quail Creek also has a really popular winter rainbow trout fishery. It gets fished really heavy. We stock it in November with catchable size fish. And there's a lot of people that go out and fish for those rainbow. The actions, again, a regulation change right now. There's kind of some special regulations on the largemouth bass. We're just basically suggesting changing that to the statewide limit. Or regulations. We're looking at doing habitat addition. Probably the biggest thing is monitoring and a diet study to really figure out what's limiting the population there. And then continue stocking the rainbow as we have been. Gunlock Reservoir, it's the only reservoir that's on channel. The other two are off channel, and being on channel, it's a lot more productive. It's functioning really well right now. So the goal is just to maintain the current fishery. Again, the same regulation proposal, but we also added increasing the crappie limit to 100. It's a great crappie fishery right now, but we're really worried that it's going to stunt. There's a lot of crappie in there. You can go down there and just catch fish after fish crappie.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Just with those Washington County reservoirs, I know we kind of discussed it last year, but if, you know, on Sand Hollow, for example, you know, where the bass are stunted and skinny and so forth, you know, if you increase harvest or, you know, you allow people to increase harvest during that time when people can really catch those things and so forth, are people maybe ignoring the reservoir because of all the recreational use that's going on too? I mean, is there a problem with that?
That was a big topic during the meetings, was conflicts between different users. And there's not a great solution.
There's not a solution, right?
But yeah, I don't see it influencing.
Well, that
harvest.
keeps meeting your goal, I guess.
Yeah.
Or at least the perception that there's a conflict and people avoiding it. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think people don't have trouble catching fish, and we get a lot of use early and late in the day is what happens.
Okay.
And so I think it's more if we can get people are going out there and fishing. We've done some creel surveying work. There's a lot of catch going on. There's just not a lot of harvest. So our goal is to turn the catch that's already happening into harvest.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot in these plans that I'm not highlighting. There is some, you know, talk about adding a hand launch area, maybe adding some wakeless areas. There was a state parks representative there, and the Water Conservancy District was there as well. But yeah, there's going to be the conflict, but the catch is there. We just
okay. Thank you.
Panguitch Lake, you may have heard in the news, there was about a week and a half of real panic. There was a crack in the dam, water coming through. They got the town ready to evacuate. It turns out things probably weren't too terribly unstable. It's a natural lake, and then there was a dam built that stores about, 15% of the water storage or of the total water volume. And then there was a cap added a few decades ago that adds another 2 feet on top of the original dam, and it was that cap where the crack was. So once they realized that, they were able to do some work. They cut ice to reduce pressure, added some riprap and different things. They closed the fishing. But after that work, they started releasing a lot of water to get it below that 2-foot cap. So once they did that, they were able to kind of not worry about the dam or that cap portion breaking and flooding. So we're kind of past that. They've been releasing water. It's down below that cap. So there's no real risk of the dam breaching at this point. Permanent repairs are planned for this fall. Like I said, it's a natural lake. I think about 75% of the full pool volume is actually in the natural lake. So even if we lost everything that the dam stores, we can still have a fishery there. The fishery was never in jeopardy. We closed the fishing for public safety. The county sheriff's office asked us to. So things look good at Panguitch in terms of the dam. We did our netting there. Things look good. A really high catch rate, lots of rainbow trout, 9 to 16 inches, cutthroat 12 to 17, some bigger tiger, which we like to see to help with the Utah chub, some brook trout. The big news was we caught a lot of Utah chub the last 2 years, but our chub numbers were way down, which was good to see. We stocked some viper last year. We didn't catch any of those in our net, but that's not surprising. The water was really cold and we don't set a lot of nets. So, but Panguitch Lake looked good. Minersville Reservoir, it looked good. So in 2020, 2021, we had, you can see great fishery, lots of those, 20 to 24 inch fish. Then we had drought conditions. We liberalized the fishing regulations, allowed more harvest. You can see those bigger fish got harvested out. Now that we have good water conditions again, the fishery's coming back. So I've had reports. It's great fishing at Minersville right now. You can definitely catch those 20 to 24 inch fish again. I know Utah chubs in our net. There's also viper at Minersville. They're doing their job. Otter Creek Reservoir, essentially the same situation as Minersville Reservoir. Kind of struggled a little bit during the drought years in 2021 and 2022. But it's recovering really fast. The big difference is the vipers in both reservoirs. In the past, when we'd have these drought years, the Utah chub would really decimate our trout. And now that we have the viper, we don't have that problem. And it's really great for us. These fisheries can bounce back much faster than they used to. Yeah, good fishing at Otter Creek.
So real quick question. So there were only 2 vipers that big, right? I thought all the rest were probably that big.
Yeah, but we don't take pictures.
Right. It's just showing off. No, I'm
You hold them out.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah, and our spring netting is really targeting the rainbow and the trout and the Utah chub. The viper almost, it's a nice sport fishery to have, but really the viper are more just the management tool. And if we aren't seeing the chub, the viper are doing fine. So yeah.
Just to add, I've heard several reports of people catching 11 plus vipers at Otter Creek the last few weeks. So there's some really, really nice vipers coming out of there.
That's good. So Full Reservoir, I don't know how much it's on your guys' radar, but I have been getting a lot of phone calls and flack about Full Reservoir the last couple of years. So just a real quick history. 2018, we treated it to remove yellow perch that were illegally introduced and in conflict with the management plan. 2019, we restocked it with 42,000 trout, various species and sizes. So we probably overstocked it. We had super high catch rates in our gill nets, and the condition and sizes were not meeting our management objectives. So we reduced stocking in 2022 and 2023 to try and improve the size and condition and meet our management objectives. The result was from 2020 to 2022, we had too many fish in there, but people were catching them. They weren't in good condition. They were too small, but people were catching a lot of fish. And then last year, that catch rate went down a little bit. So we got a lot of phone calls and they saw that we reduced the stocking. But in our monitoring this year, so you can see on these 2 graphs, so that's the length and the weight. The box part is essentially showing the median, and then it's basically where 75% of the fish fall, and then the error bars capture 90% of the fish. So you can see we have lots of fish between 10 and 14 inches and a half pound to 1 pound. And then we reduced our stocking the last 2 years, so the size went way up. So lots of 16 to up to 20 inch fish, and then more, in the 1 to 2.5 pound range. I also had measures of condition, and condition also went way up. So it accomplished what we wanted. There's a picture. So 2022, you can see, skinny, pretty unhealthy fish. And then this year, much healthier. Our catch rate went back down. So the catch rate, that's just the number of fish we catch per net, that CPUE. The management goal is about 40. So we're back about where we want to be for that. So we're going to go back to our usual stocking quota. We feel like we got back where we needed to be. And then we're also planning to do a creel survey next year and kind of revisit that management plan at probably 2026. So Collab Reservoir is doing well Fish Lake, I think I might have told you last fall, but we did our lake trout netting. It looks good. The main goal of the management plan we implemented about 10 years ago was to get more big lake trout. And a big part of that was stocking kokanee. And so the idea was the kokanee would provide a fishery, but also act as a forage for the lake trout. Essentially, the forage for the lake trout before the kokanee were rainbow trout that we were stocking, which isn't sustainable or cost effective. So we know from past stocking in like the 1960s that kokanee can survive on their own and reproduce in Fish Lake. Eventually they petered out. They need stocking to supplement their population, but it's much better option than the rainbow trout. So anyway, our monitoring there is showing that we are transitioning more fish to that big size. Kind of had a bottleneck. We had lots of small lake trout. We had 30-year-old lake trout that were 20 inches. They just needed a forage base fish forage to convert to that big size, and it looks like that's what's happening. But there's a lot of monitoring being planned for the next few years. One of our biologists, Taylor Shamel, is going to be working on a master's degree, and a lot of his work's going to be looking at Fish Lake. So a lot to come with Fish Lake. Lake Powell, talking to our biologists there, everything they're seeing is looking really good. The water's come up the last 2 years, which floods vegetation, provides good habitat. So lots of large bass, crappie are doing well, lake levels going up. So the low was in mid-April. I looked yesterday, it come up to about the high point last year. We're probably going to end up around the same high point as last year. But yeah, talking to Dan and John, they said Lake Powell should continue to fish really well. Access should be pretty good this year. The Castle Rock Cut should open. Most of the boat ramps should have access. And then Boulder Mountain, we're starting our Boulder Mountain netting. I haven't heard. Have you heard, Larry, if the top's open, if the road up?
Yeah.
Top,
People fishing the top. Clear to Crescent.
Okay. So, but yeah, we'll be doing monitoring. So I think I put it on the list, but email me or our other biologist, Taylor, if you want to come out on any of the Boulder Mountain netting. But yeah, most lakes are accessible. I think we've had pretty good survival. So we have 2 lakes with aerators that you guys have helped fund. We know that the aerators have functioned throughout the winter, but we haven't through, like our wildlife section does flights for like elk and deer, and they were able to tell us, yeah, we could see an open section on the lake where the aerator was during winter. So we know they function. So we just need to get in there and net them and see what kind of survival we've got. Yeah, we'll be doing gill net surveys, so contact me if you want to come help with monitoring, or if you're just doing a trip down and need some information. So I know I'm between you and lunch, so you can hit me up later if you have questions, or online.
Yeah, can you go back to Panguitch for a minute?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I fished it the last 2 days. I fish out of a motorized kick boat, trolling flies, and my perception, because my fish memory is never good, and I don't take good notes. So, but the rainbows were. There were very few. I think I caught on 2 days. I caught a lot of fish, over probably 75 in 2 days, and but mostly small. I would say, I caught 119 and 218 on the first day, 117 yesterday. The population, maybe it's consistent with your graph, but it's quite small. A lot of little fish, under 12, 10. So, I don't know if that's what the management plan is, but it's not a very exciting fishery when you're I return everything, of course, and like to see bigger rainbows. And the cutthroat I got were really skinny. And I'm relating that to the strawberry cutthroat that I catch a lot more of in the course of the year. But they were, I mean, they were probably 12 to 14 inch, but I could probably put my hand around their body. They were so skinny. So for what it's worth.
No, yeah, that's good feedback. And it's not that inconsistent with the netting. Like I said, we had really high catch rates, but they weren't in great condition. And the management plan calls for kind of, the rainbow trout fishery is more for a harvest component to the fishery. So we're not necessarily trying to get big rainbow trout. We hope for more of the trophy component to come from tiger trout, especially, and then also some of the cutthroat. And that also serves kind of a dual purpose as a biological control on the Utah chub. But yeah, it's kind of weird at Panguitch. Our rainbow trout population especially has skyrocketed the last few years. And I don't know why, because if anything, I would have suspected harvest has increased, especially since kind of COVID times and pressure has increased. And it seems like it used to could see just the slot limit we have there and where harvest was taking place. But yeah, so there's work to do at Panguitch. Yeah, we're monitoring it, and yeah, thanks for the feedback.
And there was another fellow fishing with me that was catching similar numbers, and he caught one tiger. I don't remember that it was very big, 12 or 14 or something. And I caught 0 tiger. So, and we're fishing the south end of the lake, but with a motorized pontoon boat, I move all over, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
A few years ago, I bought lithium batteries, and now I can fish 4 good days. So I no longer ever have any apprehensive, even though it's been quite windy there. But I've been all over the place, and no tiger at all for me out of 75 or so fish.
Anything else, Bill?
No, that's it for me. Just thought I'd add that feedback.
Any other questions?
Okay, well, lunch is here. It's in room 2130, which is, we go the same direction as last time, for those of you who were here last time, but it's just one room over. So just look for 2130. It's there and all set up and ready to go. And I think, do we want to just, we had 45 minutes scheduled for lunch. Do we want to come back at 1? I think we're making pretty good time, so we could do 1:15 and take a little longer. What do you think?
Why don't we come back at 1? Maybe we'll finish a bit early.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Okay, everybody just be back at 1.
Like to early clerk. Camper's loaded, I'm ready to go.
more information from me. So I'll just go ahead and get started. Like I said, hopefully Bill's able to get back on. I texted him just in case he's having a problem like we had earlier on.
No.
So this is just kind of a new council member training. And Bill is the new person, but it also, I think, is a good reminder for everyone, because I know there've been questions here and there throughout the year that I've been on. So hopefully it's just a good reminder and a refresher of all the things that we're hoping that you guys can help us with over the course of the year. So I just wanted to acknowledge Bill, and I guess I need to share. Sorry. Hopefully he's not having a problem, but okay.
Are we live?
Yeah,
We are live and I can share.
and being recorded.
I know.
Yeah, so watch what you say.
I spent 10 years on a special service district. I understand.
Right, so I wonder.
Boy, I asked for a lot.
We are live. We're trying to get Bill back on.
No, I texted him.
She just did.
Well, he might have gone fishing.
Yeah, they might have gone fishing and
Yeah,
that's fine. The presentation that I'm doing here is actually on the site. So why don't I go ahead and show you that? So my intention was to eventually record just like a general presentation that is this information, but not specific to what we're working on this year. Just a reminder, like this is how you rate water bodies. This is how we go through the project review process. In the absence of a recording, I did include this presentation that I'm going over now. It's here. So if you ever want to refer to that, and then I did include Bill's presentation on the Weaver River crossover. If he's able to join back in, I was just going to ask him to talk about it. I printed out the presentation that he sent to you guys so you have it. I wasn't sure if everyone received that. Okay, so now I'm sharing. We'll go back. One new member, Bill. Dave, I wanted to acknowledge Dave. He's leaving after 6 years of service, which is awesome. So the division, we just got him a few nice things. The brook trout print. Randy had ordered some water bottles for folks leaving, like blue ribbon logo water bottles for folks leaving the council. And then just internally, we just signed a letter of appreciation. So we had Mike Canning and Drew and Randy, myself signed that. So just wanted to acknowledge that 6 years is a long time. Definitely appreciate that. We also have two prospective members, Dean. Here we heard from earlier. So he's interested for when we have an open seat. We do actually now have another open seat because Neil had overcommitted himself. So he's a warm water representative and he resigned this morning. So he just didn't feel like he could really give it everything that he needed to. So he just was kind of overcommitted. So we do have an open seat, warm water rep. Dean spends most of his time on cold water fish, but does fish warm water. But maybe there's some opportunity, maybe we can talk about this a little later. If Russ said that he fishes warm water, so he might be interested in moving over to the warm water rep, and then we could put Dean in that northern region position. So just kind of a thought for trying to refill positions. Laren is in the southern region, or would be the southern region rep. He's actually agreed, I think, fully said, yeah, I'd like to go for it. So we could vote on him later as Dave's replacement in the southern region. So I was thinking maybe you guys, if you just want to take 2 minutes and talk about your fishing around Utah and your fishing experience and, a little bit about why you're interested in the ribbon, and we certainly appreciate. So
just before I moved to Utah, you might be familiar with the author. He lives up in Island Park, Idaho, Mike Lawson. His younger brother is a very gifted fly fisher also. And he happened to be working in the same office as me. And he said to me, Dean, don't ever forget there's some very good fishing in Utah. And this is a dyed-in-the-wool Idahoan saying this. And you know what? His name is Rick. And I hope the ceiling doesn't cave in when I say this. Rick is right. If you knew the guy, you'd understand why I said that. But yeah, my fishing experience here in Utah, I report back to my brother and California, my brother-in-law, and they are just stunned at some of the pictures that I sent them of the fish. And it's the overall variety. The walk-in river access is very impressive. Thank goodness it's trying to be protected. Thank goodness. And the reservoir fishing is very impressive also, along with the state parks and the facilities and everything. It's good all around fishing. Yes, we don't have wild salmon that swim into the state. Well, that's okay. But we have some beautiful trout. And as I'm learning, we're seeing some beautiful warm water fisheries also in this state. So it's a good place to be. And I'd like to be part of what helps maintain that and protect it while I can. So if I can do you guys any good, here I am. Talk to me later.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Larry?
Well, born and raised in Richfield, so I've had aspirations to fish in lots of different places, but it's hard to leave that geographic area. It's so good. An hour from Fish Lake, those small reservoirs and lakes and ponds, an hour to the Boulder, an hour to Thousand Lake, an hour to Otter, an hour and a half to Panguitch. It's just really hard to leave that. But it looks like I have some new opportunity to explore the state a little bit more. So I started out as a spin fisherman and converted to just purely fly fishing now. It's kind of, if I can catch it some other way, I'm not interested. I just want to catch it on a fly. So I went to Columbia in January, fished for peacock bass. That was a pretty cool opportunity and experience. So I know not necessarily relevant to Utah, but it's just kind of the whole package. So I'm in retail. I run a family-owned Ace Hardware store in Richfield. So we sell pretty much everything from lumberyard, fishing, hunting, lawn and garden. Oh, I don't even know. If you need it, I can get it for you. So that's provided me with a lot of opportunity as well. Get to meet a lot of people, rub shoulders with a lot of anglers every day, a lot of just customers that have first living, because we're kind of a hub. Richfield's a little bit of a hub for southern Utah, so we're pulling basically from that 6-county, Bayou, Garfield, Millard, Sandy, Wayne, all that stuff's pulling into Richfield, so it helps, get to know a lot of different people and work with them. So, and those are kind of the areas that I like to fish. So I volunteered on the Boulder committee 1.5 times because I just cut the tail end of the first one and then went, and then also on the Paiute Otter Creek committee we just had. So I've been enjoying being involved, and I love fishing more than probably anything, and I want to see it improve, and this state is incredibly unique. I do have friends that live in Nevada and Idaho and different places, and I've never, well, I shouldn't say never, but they come to me to fish. I don't usually go to them, so they'd rather drive to Utah to fish than have me go where they're at. So I care about the waters in the state. I want to see them, survive, be healthy, be taken care of. The stream access, appreciate his input on that. I joined that Facebook group a few years ago just to kind of keep an eye on what was going on with the stream access because of how important of an issue it really is to the state. So the anglers at least. So, I hope that I can learn a course in the Blue Ribbon Committee or figure out a way I can help the committee out and represent the southern area. So but I don't know a lot about the Blue Ribbon, so I'm sorry.
You're gonna learn a
Sorry, you're
lot.
fine.
So, you're gonna learn a lot. And Bill had raised his hand. Bill, did you? Yeah, welcome to the new member, Bill. You're muted, so unmute yourself first, and we're excited to have you.
Well, I came in late while somebody was complimenting the Utah fishery, and I have a little anecdotal thing, but if you're in the middle of this voting, we can defer it. But I lived in Idaho Falls for about 38 years and fished Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. And I guess to make my compliment a little very brief, I catch more pounds of fish one day in Strawberry on a good day there than I do an entire year fishing in the Idaho, Wyoming, Montana region, though it's wonderful fisheries up there. I never did kickboat fishing until I moved down here because there's, at least I always say, there's not many rivers, at least nothing you can put a drift boat on other than the green. And so I learned how to do what I do now, and I find it phenomenal. So end of addition to the compliment that was added before.
Awesome. Thanks for that. And welcome. Yeah, you guys are going to learn a lot. I've got quite a bit of information from Randy's presentation. Last year, like I said, I'm just kind of repackaging it for this year, leaving a lot of the background intact. So some of you, this will be super familiar, but hopefully it's still just a good reminder and refresher. So the history of the Blue Ribbon Council, created in 2001 by the governor at the time, Mike Leavitt, formally established by Governor Huntsman in 2005. So the original impetus, like why we created or why they created it, was to drive fishing, just the tourism dollars to rural Utah, get people out there fishing and spending a lot of money in rural places like Daggett County, et cetera, you know, where there's just not necessarily the tax base from other avenues. So membership is 13 members. Y'all are appointed to the council by the governor. And so you've mostly been through the process. Bill's just been through it, so he's probably most familiar with it. Laren, and most likely, you know, go through this process as well. You basically, if there's an opening, like right now, I think I mentioned the warm water position is open. Technically the southern region position is open as well. Hopefully we'll just vote on Laren later on today. So we have openings, and then the council needs to vote to fill that. So if we have a nominee or two, then the council votes on that. And then immediately thereafter, we can go through the process with the governor's office. Just the person submits what's called a fishing resume through the board and council's website, the state of Utah boards and commissions website, actually, not council's. And then once that application is in there, then it goes to the governor for review. And they actually meet once a month now, so it can happen pretty quickly. So yeah, we don't meet again until November. So that might be Laren's first meeting, for example. That's a little ways away, but he could be approved as early, you know, if the council votes and approves him, he could be approved as early as July, depending on when he gets his fishing resume, just as an example. So the purpose of the council is to identify waters for designation as blue ribbon fisheries, and then also to ensure that they continue to meet that designation through like the review process, like what we're doing this year. And then it's a lot of making recommendations. So regarding to the Division of Wildlife, enhancing habitats and recreational settings associated with blue ribbon fisheries, protecting blue ribbon fisheries through collaborations with government agencies, private entities, that sort of thing. And then also, you guys are integral in making recommendations for publicity and promotion. And I would include the work that was done on like the outreach programs this spring, like the caption seminar, the warm water seminar that you guys participated in. So that's always super helpful because it's really important. You know, we can all just sit here, you know, and talk about stuff, but if we're not getting that messaging out, you know, the general public isn't aware. So that was a really important component. It is an advisory role. I think we've emphasized that regularly throughout the year. So you make recommendations to the division. You know, a lot of those examples in the previous slide, or you're hearing things on the ground or you're seeing things when you're out fishing, then it's just making those recommendations to us based on the things that you're hearing and seeing. And then, you know, we won't necessarily make a decision directly, but you know, it does take time, right? It's a process. Anytime something happens, we have to address it. We don't want to just do a knee-jerk reaction. So we definitely take the feedback that you're giving us, and we take it very seriously, and we try to do the best that we can to react, and you know, hopefully have a strategic approach to whatever it is. You know, I'm specifically thinking, you know, habitat improvements. You know, you want to make sure you're doing the right prescription for that habitat issue. It's the lower provo. You want to make sure you're doing the right thing by the lower provo and not saying too much either. This is an example. Okay, so let's talk about some of the specific tasks. Identifying blue ribbon fisheries. This is also going to cover the reevaluation here down one of the lower bullets. So kind of, I've already talked a lot about this today, but it did occur to me just as we were kind of finishing that up, that I don't know if I asked for questions. So if there's any questions about blue ribbon fisheries and that process, just definitely just jump in with a question. So any of you can nominate a fishery. Those nominations should be brought forward in the January meeting. So this is for a new water body. And then members would visit the water and rate it using that Hepworth Walker scale that we already talked about. And again, that is posted on the site. It's posted on the division website, and the forms that are on the site will lead you through that line of questioning as well. So you don't have to worry about which ones you have to respond to and which ones the division biologist responds to. Just go through the form. And so this is for ranking new ones, but also for reevaluating. So once you do your evaluation, it's going to turn out a number score. There are thresholds, and they vary by size of the water, whether or not it's a reservoir or stream. So smaller waters, the threshold is lower, likely fewer amenities, that sort of thing, right? So, but there's a threshold they all have to meet, and if the average score of all the folks that rated it, if that falls above that threshold, then the council will vote on it, and we'll vote in the November meeting. As you remember from this last go around, we didn't have enough folks rating it, fishing it, and rating it in November for Sand Hollow, Fell Creek, and Gunlock. So we ended up doing that in January. But ideally, we would go through all of that in November. The removal process is a little bit less formal. You know, in theory, there's issues going on with the water body, like a wildfire hit the area and it's kind of decimated the fishery, right? That's happened in a couple of places. So just as an example, the intention is to be able to remove something, or at least move it to potential and get the word out. So blue ribbon's not necessarily associated with that water body when it's having that, and you know, a major issue. So that's why it's, you know, a little bit simpler process. Habitat and access recommendations. The Division of Wildlife sets aside $450,000 every year and says, okay, this is set aside for blue ribbon projects. So that's the ranking process that you guys went through this past winter and early spring. So those projects are all submitted in early January. You guys have a chance to review them. And then in March, that's our meeting with Habitat Council, and we hear those proposals, and then we start that review process where you do that ranking. Question online. Yes, Bill. Oh, you're muted.
Like so.
Bill, you're muted.
It's probably good. I mumbled. How long has that $450,000 been in place? Is that the same as when the program started, or has it been escalated over the years, and you have a budget history on it?
I would hate to speak incorrectly, so let me ask about that. I don't know if it's $450 starting in 2005 and it's always been $450,000. I'm not sure. So let me ask folks who have more history, and I'll get back with you guys either via email. I've got a few other things that I'll need to send out in July. Jordan might have an answer here. Jordan, do you know?
It's been 450,000 since I started working with Blue Ribbon in 2008. So I'm assuming it's pretty much been the same.
Yeah, from the very beginning. Thanks.
Then I would raise the question, what would be the process for recommending an increase? Because if one did a little arithmetic on 450,000, it's been due to inflation over that many years. Its buying power is a lot less than it was, and it may be time to ask for an increase.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I'm going to have to ask about. I don't know that process. You are correct, especially over the last 5 years, buying power has definitely decreased. Everything is crazy more expensive. So let me ask about that. I make no promises that that's a possibility just because, you know, your source of income doesn't always increase at the same rate, right? So, but I'll definitely find out and let everyone know.
Well, what I would like to do and offer to do my efforts on it is if you can get me some time history of the license, which is the fee base, I guess, which comes from. We can go back and do some pretty simple math in a hurry and find out what it might have been had it been tied to the license base rather than a fixed sum.
Sure. Yeah, we can talk about that. Just developing that, just going through that calculation offline, like after the meeting. I'll just give you a call when you're
like to do it, volunteer to do it later. I mean, you can, I always kind of keep in mind, you can never manage problems of any kind, whether it's biology or otherwise, without having data. And so what I'm suggesting is we ought to have the data in front of us to find out what it might have been had it tied to licenses versus a fixed sum.
Okay, just making a note. Let's talk after, like after you're back from Panguitch and we got some time to sit down and think about it. Like I said, I make no promises because your source of income doesn't necessarily increase at the same rate, but I can definitely look into that. So yeah, going back to the slide. So I don't know how much of this actually happens, but I think that the biologists should definitely feel like they can go to you guys for input. Like if they've got a proposal that they're working on in like October, November, I think it'd be great if they felt good calling you guys and just saying, hey, this is what we're thinking about. Do you have any feedback? Do you have any input? So hopefully you guys feel comfortable with that. I'd like to see that as needed a lot more often, if that's possible. Because the council should be able to provide feedback. It's just, you want enough time to get that feedback and then also have time to think about it and then respond before those proposals are submitted. I think we did talk about some of the proposals in November, the November meeting, I want to say. So that probably is great timing. I know biologists don't always have something definitive yet, but hopefully, they can bring something forward, even if it is just general. And like I said, that March meeting is dedicated to hearing those final projects. Yeah, and I think y'all got 2 weeks after that meeting to then discuss the rankings and then get those rankings to me. I always just give a deadline though. So that is that process. And over the course of the year, if there's time and inclination and people want to go see like Habitat Project, I think there's definitely opportunity. We can put something together if there's enough interest. So I think just if you're interested, just let me know. Maybe we can get something put together. Because then you can see how things turned out, like the Lake Canyon stream habitat restoration work. That might be an interesting tour. In addition to like some of the starvation netting or the current creek netting. So you guys are an angler group. You're the voice of the anglers. We kind of tap you to represent a portion of the anglers. I know you're not going to hear from everybody. Obviously, you can only do so much and hear from so many folks. But definitely I guess we look to you guys to tap into that voice because we don't always hear everything. You know, we've got a few vocal folks that we hear from, but you would have an even larger, I guess, coupled together, right? We have an even larger base. You can also attend county commission meetings, supporting projects that would benefit fisheries or anglers. You can write letters, attend meetings, advocate for fishing and fishing interests, and meet with politicians. You know, we talk about illegal introductions and can the Blue Ribbon Council help with that effort? And we're still meeting to discuss. Again, things take time when you're in state government. We have another meeting coming up in August where we're going to further talk about our response and also statewide as an issue, what our response should be. And I think that, you know, with Utah Angler Coalition being interested in helping with illegal introductions, I think, you know, there might be things that we would ask of you through maybe even the legislative process this January. I don't know. I'll plan on talking about that in November, though, if something comes up. But we're trying to do a strategic response and not just a knee-jerk reaction. So that'll take a little bit of time. Publicity and promotion. If you remember, in November, we talked about potential stories to do for outreach throughout the year. Then Darby from our outreach section met with us in January, and we took down a bunch of notes, and I could go to that. So this is on the site. Lots of stuff on the site. So here at the very bottom here for the 2024 outreach schedule. So I basically, and I'll not blow this up, I will enlarge it. Put it down by month, and then as we've been going through things, I've been crossing stuff off. So you can see that was moved to May. We did an out-of-state angler blog, Fly Fishing Expo. Yeah, so we've been able to keep up with just about everything. A little bit behind on the fish habitat structures. Got to work with Clint. I think he's probably pretty busy. I'm not sure if he's wanting to highlight that yet, or maybe we wait till later. But yeah, we're working on these June items now. Yeah, so if you're interested to see what our progress has been, I'm sure you haven't seen all of those, but we have been, everything that's crossed out, we have actually tackled, which is kind of a lot. But yeah, all of the outreach efforts that you guys did, that was awesome too. Hopefully I have a little bit of time at the end to hear from you guys about how that went. Volunteer time recording. So the volunteer time recording, that's also on the site. So if you go here to some of the Strawberry River sampling we did, if you guys have other pictures you want to send me, feel free, because this is all northern region stuff, or sorry, northeastern region stuff. So this is the link to go to sign up for the Blue Ribbon Project. You will only have to do this once a year. So most of you have already done this. I thank you for that. And I think that volunteer hour wise, we are updated. I will do today's meeting based on attendance. If you have gone to any of the waters that we're evaluating this year, get me that information. It's on a fiscal year basis, so you can see it ends June 30th. So that's the end of our fiscal year. So I will need you guys to go in and sign up in July. I will send out, that's one of the things I need to send out in the email. I'll try and do it all together so I'm not flooding you with emails, but that, yeah, it'll just be, here's the new link. It'll be on the site, but it's an email just letting you know that it's up, and I need you to go in and just include your information again. And we use that for here just as record keeping, but it's also, it allows us to leverage other funding. We can't use it for certain funding, but I think we'll be able to leverage it to try and get like more motorboat access funding. Obviously not everything would be eligible, but it says motorboat access, but it's actually just boating access. So there's a lot that we do that could be eligible for that. And there might be some other funding sources. So it does help us out. We can claim your hours for meetings, fishing at the waters that we're evaluating, and then the outreach events. Those are the main things. So definitely, if you haven't submitted any hours yet, I think most everyone has. You've signed up, but just get me anything from this or from earlier this year, just as soon as you can. And so after you sign up, then you just like throughout the year, as you do something, just report those hours, and you can send me a text message, an email, just give me a phone call, whatever. As long as you're in the system and we get you signed up in July, we don't have that yet. Otherwise I'd share it with you, but Brian's working on it now. So when he gets me that, I'll share it. As long as you're in the system, then it's really easy for me to just go update your hours. An example would just be, okay, on, June 14th, I did this outreach event and it was X number of hours. So that's all the information that I would need. So I hope it's simple, definitely a lot easier than it used to be with like the paper form, and that was a disaster. So this will be good. Are there any questions on all that stuff? I know it's a lot. So for new council members, there's a handbook. There is the Google site that I'll share with folks as they come on board. So there's a lot of information out there, but I know it's a lot to start with. So any questions?
There's also a podcast. Randy and I did a while when I was the chair, and it's
I should put that.
All the bases. And if you like listening to podcasts when you're driving around, I think it's pretty good.
I'm going to add that to our Google site.
Yeah, well, it was during COVID. We were masked, so it's kind of crazy coming into a studio and being face to face.
Yeah, that was weird to get back to that, huh? Okay, I'm totally gonna put that on the site because I didn't realize that. But yeah, that would be great to have.
I listened to it.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was good.
The other thing I wanted to say is it's fun. I've been off the council for 3 years. I served my 6 years, but it's fun to see how it's evolved. And especially outreach, the Fish Finder app, the website, this is all phenomenal. These are things we wished we had back in the day. It's just so cool to see.
Yeah.
And even the way the scoring is done for evaluating water, Randy made this decision that the biologists take care of the objective standards. The subjective stuff is up to council members based on their experience talking to other anglers and all those things.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense just to have,
of course,
the biologists do.
Do I know if there's a management plan for sand wash? No, I don't.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks. Anything else on that?
Did you say that things up until now have been recorded, like the Fly Fishing Expo?
Yeah, so if you reported hours to me and you recall doing that, it's in there. If you don't recall doing that, then let me know, because it's all a blur to me too. And I can just take a look.
Check it. Okay.
Yeah, you can double check, but I'm pretty sure all that was got in there. So, meetings definitely, and I remember Rich submitting quite a few things to me. I just don't.
We can't submit the hours on your form site up here ourselves, or you need.
No, I'll just show you where it is. So this is all me. So if you just let me know your hours, then I can go in. So this is the roster that I have. I'm going to switch over to presenting just my entire screen. So I can, okay, there's an infinity window here. What screen was that? So this is what I see. And I just go to volunteer entry here, and then, yeah, so this is what I have. So does that, oh, that's the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you don't see your stuff, then we didn't get it in there, but we still have time. So just let me know. Like I said, I just need a date, the activity, because I need to describe the work here, and then the hours spent.
Yeah, I'll get to that tomorrow.
Perfect. Okay. I'm sharing that. Switch back to the presentation, and then are there any other questions or comments on that aspect? So I can just go right into the proposed fishing rig changes, which is
About the AIS update, you want to cover that too?
yeah. So I think there was a question about AIS from last meeting, and we did do, hopefully folks saw, because I know it's been kind of a confusing rollout, but we did do some outreach this spring, kind of as the voting season started, which with that new decal and having to pay the $20 through the division website and everyone having to take the test this year, which does make sense. It's going to be a good process in the end, but it is confusing, right, when you change over. So hopefully everyone saw the outreach, but basically, I guess the upshot, and I made some notes here. So if any boat that you have that required registration through the DMV in previous years, that's what needs that AIS decal. So their rule, it's canoes, kayaks, things like that with over a 25 horsepower motor. Does not include any non-motorized or anything less than a 25 horse, like canoe or inflatable. So
a guy's got 3 kayaks, he doesn't need
No.
with no motors.
No motors, then you don't need that AIS decal. You just have to go in and do the test. That AIS, you do the little, I guess it's a quiz, right? And then you have that form that you can put in your dashboard. But you need one of those for every single one of your watercraft, I guess.
Can you just copy the same thing for each?
I just printed out multiples.
Okay.
I guess it's like everybody in the household needs to, I don't know. I don't know if this is right, but I printed one out for me, one out for my husband, right? Because he tows the boat and then I have my paddleboard and all that stuff. So everyone has to have one depending on the boat, but I think it could be the same one. I don't know how they would know. Right.
Yeah, it just goes off a dash of your vehicle.
Or you put your dash that replaces the self-shirt, because everyone has to take that now. That's a requirement, which does just make sense. It's better to get some knowledge and not just fill out a
Well,
form.
the feedback I heard was, this person had gone in, I don't know whether they paid the money or not, but they went through the little quiz. But he's got like 5 non-motorized watercraft, and he was like, do I need one for everyone? And what I'm hearing is, no, you just print it out, throw it in your dashboard, and you're good.
Yep, and if you've got multiple motorized boats, though, they each have to have a decal. So that could sting people who have, multiple motorized flotation devices.
Bill had a question.
Oh yeah, sorry, Bill, go ahead.
Your comment on the horsepower limit of, I think I heard you say anything motorized under 25 horsepower does not need the $20 fee certificate?
It does not need the decal. That is what I wrote down from the website, because I remember.
If you have a link, I'd like to look at it. My kickboat motor is about 0.5 horsepower. And I've taken the test every year since I started fishing in Utah. It always helps refresh me, so I don't have a problem with the test. But I did have to go, the next step apparently didn't distinguish horsepower, and I paid my $20 fee, in which I don't mind supporting the program, but I'd like to know the real rules so that when I communicate it to others, I'm accurate.
Sure. Well, we thank you for your support. For sure, but I will definitely send that out. Like again, I'll just put all this in one email, and I'll include that link when I send that out.
Okay, thank you.
It is confusing. It really has been confusing. But I think in future years, once we get all the questions answered and everyone realizes what requires what, then I think it'll be a lot better. Okay, so regulation process. Many of you probably are familiar with this, but just a little bit of background. The biologists in the different regions submit their potential regulation changes by May 1st. Greg Walker and I sat down after we received all of them. We developed the angler survey. That'll be sent out July 1. We'll leave that open for 3 weeks to get feedback. I think the goal is to send it out to 5,000 anglers, and we're hoping for a certain percentage of those back. And it is by county. We do add male, female, and I think we do separate things by whether or not they buy a combo or a regular license, but that's kind of that's kind of into the weeds there. But just know that we're sending these out and we're just trying to make sure that we're sending them out to a representative sample to get this information back. When we get those results back, we'll sit down, analyze the results and translate that into the supported changes will translate into the regulation changes that go into the rule and into the guidebook. They will go then to the August and September RACs and the Wildlife Board meeting, which is also in September. Normally the changes will go into effect January 1st of the following year, but this year we have a whole regulation package for Flaming Gorge Reservoir where we're trying to get in line with Wyoming and more in line with Wyoming. And the changes should go into effect October 1st. So we'll be able to implement some of these changes that folks have been asking for right away, depending on the level of support, of course. So it's a lot. And I'm only including the blue ribbon relevant proposals for this go around, but it is a lot. So hang in there. We're going to go through them and feel free to ask questions as I go through it. So these items may go to the RAC and board depending on project or proposal support, right, for this regulation change. So the spear fishermen came to us and asked for a few additional waters, well, a few waters open to them in the high Uintas. So we have 15 waters that we're proposing to open to spear fishing. They're between like super accessible, like Chipeta, to up to 4 miles in. And so that is one. I think when is this a blue ribbon water as a in the aggregate. So including that, we are proposing to lift the muskill on white bass at Deer Creek. The statewide regulation is no limit, I believe. So it's not like it's much of a change in terms of what they can harvest. It's just the messaging behind it. We no longer need the muskill. So I don't know if you
don't even see them. So it was a fluke one year where somebody moved some white bass, but they never really established. So
okay, all right. But I guess they could still be in there though.
yeah, they could still be in there, but it's not necessarily as urgent to get rid of. So
Provo River Delta, they're just proposing a regulation package for that new area. So it's releasing all suckers immediately, close to possession of walleye in the spring, a muskill for northern pike, tag pike, and then close to nighttime boat fishing in the spring. So starvation, Josue mentioned the exploitation study that we have there. Basically, there's an overabundance of small walleye. What are they, in the 10 to 14 inch range? And they're really stacking up in there. They're clearly stunting and they're not getting big. So we definitely need harvest on smaller walleye. The timing though, even this exploitation study is ending this June, but we needed to submit regulation proposals in early May. The timing just didn't line up. So our instructions to the region were just give us, because we've been able to populate the model with tag returns thus far, right? And we haven't actually gotten any additional tag returns since May. So just give us the gamut, right? And just make sure that the one that you think you're going to want to implement is in there so that we can hear from the public and see if there's support. So it's going to be a Likert scale, like 1 to 5 for all of these. 1 is no support, 5 is yes, I support it. And so we're going to do a Likert scale for each one of these, just so we can see, like in the end, whichever selection the model says we should go with, we can evaluate the public support for that one individually. So just a combination there, or just no limit with some size limits, 20 walleye, 10 walleye, just different size limits, just all trying to move those fish out of that stunted group and into like the larger size classes like we used to see. We also have a proposed change for small bluegill at Pelican. So it's a combination of increasing the harvest, going from, I think 15, which it is currently, up to 50. There's just a range of different harvest options because we really need to harvest a small bluegill, but then we want to protect those spawners. These guys are actively moving large bluegill from Steinecker into Pelican. So definitely want to protect some of those big bluegill because they are territorial. That's how we can, in time, shift that size class up. But yeah, do people support, 7 inches, 8 inches is the size limit. So it's kind of a combination. We're proposing to allow 6 lines through the ice at Pelican, Causey, and Porcupine. We talked about Duchesne Lake, aka Slab Lake, and the Strawberry River below Soldier Creek Dam. Just clarifying that that is also special regulations similar to the surrounding Strawberry River. Chris is a little worried about overharvest on perch in Willard. They're doing really well, so he's proposing to drop that limit 50 to 15. And then we heard from Nick on those proposed changes at Gunlock, Quail Creek, and Fen Hollow. So kind of just encouraging more harvest, variety of sizes on those bass limits, and then also the crappie limit, increasing that at Gunlock to reduce the likelihood of stunting. Flame Gorge is the big one. Again, this is all to get us in line with Wyoming to address what is clearly a ballooning population of smaller lake trout, according to the tag study that we have of the population estimate. I can't remember the numbers. It's not official yet, but it's definitely bigger than the last time, and it's substantially. Like I think we're like talking 2 times bigger than the last time we did a population estimate on small lake trout. So there's definitely a lot of lake trout. They definitely eat coconut. That's what they do. We acknowledge that. We still like them, but we acknowledge that we have to really try to encourage harvest. So that is what Wyoming and Utah are going to try to do. We're going to allow unlimited harvest of lake trout less than 28 inches. That 1 over 28 is going to remain the same. Open that fishery up to spear fishermen. So the spear fishermen would have the same bag limit as other anglers. Reducing that kokanee limit to 3. Kokanee are struggling around the West, so we're not sure that reducing that limit is necessarily the answer, right? I think it will help, but I don't know it's necessarily the be all end all, the only answer. But we do think it will help. So Wyoming is proposing that as well. Removing the 2-day possession limit, allowing spearfishing for lake trout with artificial light. We do restrict that around the state. And then allowing the waste of the daily limit of lake trout. So I think that would encourage, we see that in other water bodies, right? Where we have like a must kill or no limit or whatever. If you can harvest a lot of fish, but anglers don't necessarily want to take all of them home. On a good day, you can end up taking home a lot of fish, right? So this allows them to stab and sink them, or just return them to the environment, return those nutrients to the environment, or take it home and use it as compost in their garden, which we don't typically allow. Allow the daily limit of lake trout to be used as bait, allow chumming to try and increase catch of those fish. Removing the ice hole restriction, that's just, again, we're trying to come into consistency with Wyoming. They don't have an ice hole restriction at this time. Keep 6 poles through the ice, but they only require you to label your poles when you're fishing with 3 or more. We require you to label your poles if you're fishing with 2 or more. So we're going to switch that to 3 or more to be consistent with Wyoming. That would also be in effect at Pelican, Causey, and Porcupine, where we're proposing 6 poles through the ice there. And then the smallmouth bass regulation is a little bit more interesting, right? Because we don't necessarily need a catch and release regulation like Wyoming. But if you look at our other waters around the state that are interstate, right? You got Bear Lake, you've got Lake Powell. It's one limit across the lake, and we don't have these different limits, for the different states. So we are going to pose it to the anglers because there's been a lot of discussion back and forth with Wyoming and internally what we should do with the smallmouth bass reg. Is it more important to be consistent? Is it more important to go with what the biology says? So we're going to ask the anglers and we'll see. So the options are no harvest, which would be in line with Wyoming. 3 smallmouth is what we currently have, or 4, 6, or 6 with only 1 over 12 inches. So yeah, we'll see what they say. Like I said, those are going to go into effect. We would do an emergency regulation change to have them go into effect October 1st. Because there's a 45-day window that we need between the wildlife board approval and then the governor approval, I guess. So we couldn't officially say that they were in effect until sometime, I want to say in like early November. So we'll use the emergency regulation change to get us there. Anyway, it's a lot. That was a crazy process I've never been a part of. So thank God I had Craig help me through that. I'd have been overwhelmed. I'd have been like, I don't even know where to start. So, yeah, it's just crazy. So were there any questions on regulations?
Russ has one.
Yeah, I may have missed it, but what was the reason behind the 6 pole at Causey and Porcupine?
Oh, so it was.
Because they're hard anyway. I mean, I don't catch many fish through those.
Are they having stunning problems?
No, I think it was more, we were asked to think about this at some waters, right? That people want more opportunity. And I think it was, those two were waters where it wouldn't hurt anything. It wouldn't necessarily be a management tool that would help us, I think, but it would provide an opportunity for folks.
Okay.
So that they could fish like multiple depths. I think they wanted to be able to cover multiple depths.
Okay, because both of them are really actually hard to catch through the ice.
Yeah.
I mean, you do, but
yeah,
they're really pretty slow most of the time.
Well, maybe with 6 poles, it'll be better. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Someone came to us and asked for more opportunity. So we're just gonna pull the anglers and see.
What do other states allow for ice fishing? Over some poles?
Yeah, it 6.
Yeah, I know it is.
It seems like we're really limited.
Yeah.
It should be called rods, not poles.
It's pole lines, tip ups. I think it's like
Minnesota, you get one in the summer,
A pole or a rod.
one around the summer. That's been a big discussion. You only get 2 in the winter. Yeah.
Well, there's times.
You could really.
I was really restricted. Yeah, you could really catch fish. But
The limits are the same. You know how fast you catch them.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to keep up with two.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go with you next time.
It becomes word.
Sitting there all day.
Yeah, it's funny. Your tip up goes off and you just see people running across the ice and they're slipping and sliding.
That makes the time go by.
I pretty much too.
The only time it was really fast is when.
Okay, anything else?
Any other questions on the right?
The spearfishing in the US, what,
Do you want to see what those waters are?
just kind of curious on the
Let
spearfishing.
me, I meant to,
Just kind of curious on, seems like an interesting place to spearfish. Usually,
Seems like that's a place to kill divers. Right up the altitude.
yeah.
Conditions.
Getting in
the water.
One to me, I don't know.
so what happened was they came to us, a group of them came to us, and they wanted water bodies in the UNS that they could, I should probably do one thing at a time, sorry.
I'm not sure they've been.
Let me do this first.
They like trying to shoot 6-inch brook trout or?
It's the biggest fish I've got.
No, that's not it. I meant to open this.
Carry a wetsuit.
Yeah, I was,
Seems like a extra clothes. and all that.
Maybe if you get stuck on your snowmobile, you can
Not risking jail.
well, this is kind of showing how the sausage is made here with Craig and our comments, but let me share this with the folks online. So this is what the biologists, what they propose. So between the northern region and the northeastern region, we've got Alexander Lake and the Provo River, Wall Lake, Fish Lake, Hoover, and the Duchesne, Upper Duchesne, Whitney, China Lake, Hoop Lake, Chipeta, Papoose, Wigwam, Moccasin, those are all up above Chipeta, Paradise Park, Hacking, Upper Stillwater, and Spirit. And the request from the spear fishermen was somewhere where they could go with their family. So they're going to be camping in an area with their family anyway. So they wanted something that was kind of nearby. They were willing to tote their gear in a little ways, but not like a big 12-mile backpacking trip. That's not what they were looking for. And it didn't sound like many of them had like pack animals that could help either. So they wanted something relatively nearby, relatively accessible, but they were willing to go in a little ways, but just, places where they're you know, there's camping nearby that they could do with their family, and then they could go and participate in their sports while they were out there at the same time.
Maybe you can't take a zip go with like a little,
A little,
you know, a little, fish egg on there, salmon egg.
Catch it. Seems weird.
so, they are hardcore. The folks that came to us, like, and I'm on that Facebook post. I don't know why they let me in, but I'm glad they did. It's really interesting. But like, there are folks that go out in the winter, folks that cut holes through the ice. And so they're not scared of, I'd be like, that's too cold. There's no way.
Well, one guy that got the Deer Creek walleye, he's got 3 other state records for spearfishing.
I think he's going down the list.
I think so.
The 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them on the spearfish record. They hold like 6 or 8 of the records for spearfish.
And they just
between
keep,
2 people.
yeah, I think they're going down. Just trying to add to their list of accomplishments. But yeah, they're not worried about hiking stuff in. They're not worried about cold temperatures. They did, you know, they requested, don't just give us just stuffed in for trout waters, which I get that, right? You know, a little bit of opportunity and variety. So we're just hopeful this list is going to be good for them. And, you know, they have the same bag limit, daily limit as everyone else. Oh, there is also a question. You guys might be interested in this. I don't know why I didn't put it in the presentation, but there is also a question about whether or not comes from Utah Angler Coalition, I think. No, it comes from Ohio Uinta. Roger Wilson participates in that, so I got confused. So it comes from Ohio Uinta's group. And the question was whether or not we needed the brook trout bonus limit. So we're not necessarily like convinced that we're going to do anything this year, but we may remove the bonus brook trout limit unless people are super opposed to it. There's just places where it can be detrimental, and then the places where it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. And the idea was that people go up there, they harvest enough for dinner in any given night, you know, they're not bringing anything back down with them. They're just, you know.
Yeah, that sounds hard, because that's what we do, harvest the fish, cook your dinner.
Yeah, yeah, you're not, it's not like you're storing anything, it's not like you're packing anything out, like no one's really probably set up for that. So does it really do anything? Are people really taking advantage? So we're just gonna poll the anglers and see what they say. So that's another thing that is probably would be interested in. Start presenting that. Okay, we did fishing rig changes, AIS update.
Budget.
Yep, the obligatory budget update. Let me close some stuff here that I don't think I'm gonna need. I do need that. Okay. Let me share my Google Sites with y'all, and then I'll pull up the latest budget. Okay, so I don't think I need WRI number. I'm gonna scroll over. And then I'm gonna hide these because we're in month 11 now, so. That way we can see it all on one page. So here's the update. And a lot of these are pretty well, what's gonna be expended is expended. Some of them are still anticipating some charges. So there will be some charges out of, I know, administration. The economic survey, that is actually almost complete. We just got a draft of that this week. I reviewed it. It's got some really interesting stuff. So I'll plan on having a presentation for you guys in the November meeting. So I'll summarize it, but I'll also post it on the site when he finalizes it and sends it back out, which should be early July. So really good information in that. And yeah, some interesting stuff.
It's been a long time since the last one. I don't know how much.
Yeah, well, it's good to have the update. And I thought the willingness to pay to fish for certain species, some of that information was really interesting, and no surprise there, Utah prefers their trout. We are a trout state. Sorry to the warm water guys. Like, it was overwhelming, and it was statistically significantly different. The people wanted rainbows, cutthroat, brooks, kokanee, and the kokanee group, not in that order actually. So I won't tell you guys anymore. It'll make you guys wait. I think Clint is Clint's been working on the Pine View stuff. I think that'll be all expended by, the end of the month.
What about the conservation easement stuff?
That's not a big, it's only 2,500 from Blue Ribbon, and I don't know anything about that one, like why.
It's maintenance.
Yeah, I would think, probably most of the expenditures are probably in June. Is probably what's happening is they're hiring kids that are taking a break from school and needing like a summer job. So I'm guessing that we'll see some 12-month expenditures, because the 11 or these monthly expenditures come out at the beginning of the month. Yeah, those guys. We'll just cover it with there's leftover Pelican Grill. So starvation spillway screen will be mostly spent out. That was they're working on the screen fabrication right now.
Shane River stabilization, 19%.
Yeah, so the problem that happened there was that the permit took a little while. In fact, I don't think he still has the permit yet. So he basically knows that he's working on it. He knows that he's getting through it, but they were able to buy material and have it delivered to the site, and they spent as much as they could, but it's just going to have to be covered by Habitat Council next year with some carryover funds. So that was kind of a bummer.
Do we have projects that we can deploy this money to that doesn't get spent?
So what happened was, so because of the shortage of federal aid this year and perceived shortage into the future, which apparently Craig Walker went to the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and it is nationwide. And there are some states that are just saying we can't rely on federal aid anymore, and they're kind of finding other sources. So it's wild. I didn't realize it was that bad. So because of that, we didn't do any what's called third quarter enhancements. Typically, we would do a third quarter enhancement. Yeah, try and funnel it to other projects that need to be done. Instead, this was just kind of reserved to cover federal aid.
Director is going to.
It's gonna go to good use. It's just, yeah, they're gonna do their thing. So yeah, I was told not to do that. Although we did some of it, there was some ED&A money, I guess. It's not even on this. Anyway, I don't know. We got that to Alan. So we did do a little bit of that, but kind of before the worst of the worst scenarios came out, before I was told no, we did move some money. It did get used.
We're at the end of the fiscal. What fiscal is July?
July 1 is when it starts. Yep.
So there's not the biologists don't need some equipment to go buy real quick, or is that beyond your purview?
I was told that we're saving it. So yeah, it's beyond. It's above my pay grade.
It's the last few years, we bought batteries, we bought this, we bought that, all good stuff,
Yeah, for sure. No, we were not able to do that this year. So.
I was at the Coast Guard, we had our catalog today.
Right. Yeah.
And our P cards, there were P cards.
There's some more here. So the Strawberry River restroom, I'm sorry, the snowplow, that check just hasn't come in. I'm sure that we'll have spent that. And then the Chicken Creek East, some of the boat ramp stuff and the bathroom, they're spending as much as they can. I think there'll be more charges for both of those. But I do know the restroom, Forest Service is on a different timeline. It's out of despite Alan's best efforts to try and make sure they had the money spent by June 30th, they just thought it needed to be under contract. So I'm not sure about that bathroom, but they are working on those. And then, of course, next position.
So it looks like Dick got paid.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good job, Nick. And then next was the review of approved projects. So looking towards what was approved for this coming fiscal year. And I do have some explanations to go through. I'll go through the list first, but let me switch what I'm sharing. I'll just do entire screen because I'm going to switch back and forth between two different things. Okay, so this is the final list. And just to know, you're gonna see some changes. So what we did was we took the list that you guys did, that you guys decided on, and we kept that order, right? The ranking that you guys did was super important, but sometimes there are things that you can do to make sure more projects get funded. So for example, so fiscal 25, let me pump this up. This was the order, except for Strawberry River Restoration Project Phase 2. That actually ranked out #1, but I was like, hey, Habitat Council, can you guys take that, right? So that way we got it funded for sure, but it didn't have to come out of Blue Ribbon. Habitat Council took it. So, and then the next, actually, I think next position was #1, and then it was that Strawberry River, and then Cedar Springs, Spillway, Gordon Creek, you'll notice this is a little bit different, the TU biologist. So that is holding the place of the helicopter project. The helicopter project could actually be funded by another source. That this project, the TU biologist in the Uinta Basin, which does most of his work on the high Uintas and cover restoration, it was kind of a little bit of a funding swap. And it just made a little bit more sense to do it this way, just because the TU biologist couldn't be funded through that other source, if that makes sense. So we do a little bit of finagling to try and make it work. Then Lake Fork. So you can see that this was the original ranking, except for the Strawberry River Restoration Project. So this would have been the cutoff right here. Just you see the blue ribbon remaining. So we go down, 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 and there was no money to fund once the monitoring was allocated funding. There was no money for the eDNA testing, the aquatics monitoring equipment in the central region, the snowplow, and then the stocking survival, spatial ecology, and tiger musky view. So what we did, Strawberry Reservoir eDNA is still unfunded. The aquatics monitoring equipment was funded through a third quarter enhancement, but from another source. So you guys have your backpack electric fisher and you're good, right?
So
For now. Okay, great.
we're on those ones.
Okay, don't say that.
Did they get to look at that?
Yeah. You know, I haven't used it yet.
Make sure you're waiting.
That's all tech.
Oh, good. That's nice. The snowplow was funded by Habitat Council, and then we did some kind of finagling with the post-stocking survival, spatial ecology, and tiger musky view. And we were able to get them their equipment this fiscal year, and Habitat Council's funding it entirely next fiscal year. So you can see everything on the list was funded except for eDNA. But then when you actually come to the actual funding, right, take out all of those projects that Habitat Council funded or another source funded, this was the final list. So I think it's 12 projects if you include the administration. So and it is in that order that you guys
I mean, my
ranked it.
note here says that they actually did do the eDNA.
They did the eDNA this fiscal year.
Oh,
The
okay.
eDNA next fiscal year, because just because you didn't find them one year doesn't get out there. In fact, like Redsley Reservoir, I think that it was probably a good 6 to 8 years in between the first occurrence and when we saw them again. And when we saw them again, it was because they were reproducing. So I think the idea is we need to get in there and
Again,
look more.
next year.
But the eDNA is currently still unfunded. We'll see if we can figure out a way to get that funded, but potentially another third quarter enhancement. Maybe next year will be a little bit better. So that was kind of confusing, but I really wanted to show that the order was maintained as best we could, that there was definitely some moving things around.
How much was the eDNA project?
14,800, I think. Yeah. And so that was
that the whole, did we share that with anybody, or was that the whole?
no, I think it was just a blue ribbon, and it was for nets eDNA processing, and it was like, I want to say it was multiple times throughout the year. I don't remember exactly, but it was a little bit of netting, a little bit of tech time, a little bit of sample processing. So just thinking that maybe we can reduce some of it. You know, like, the good thing about eDNA sampling is you don't have to do the number of samples that they identified, right? You can reduce that number, and at least you're still getting out and being pretty effective. Like the number of samples that they did this year, they worked with some researchers and determined that that was probably pretty good for what the goals that they were trying to accomplish. So, and they didn't spend 14.8, you know, it was like 5,000, I want to say.
If there are funds that are not spent this year, could they go to fund that project or not?
Hopefully, yeah, that's something, you know, there's always like the list of projects that you keep in mind for that, right? Like, okay, it doesn't look like this is going to get funded. Where, like, what's the list? Hopefully we'll be able to tap into that list.
It's a use it or lose it deal.
Right. It's just, this year was a special year because of the federal aid shortages. Hopefully that's not something that lasts them. Was there? That was.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Any questions on that? Sorry if that was confusing. I think it's a good list of projects. I'm excited to see those get done. And then we'll ask the biologists to report, because there was that big chunk of money, you know, 151,000 for the monitoring. So the technician time, because that's actually going to replace a chunk of our federal aid in fiscal 25. Maybe you guys can, you know, just talk about, like, in, you know, a future meeting, maybe next June, like what that was spent on, what the text did. Show us some pictures of text, having fun out on Blue Ribbon Waters and catching big fish. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's a big chunk of that 450,000. Let's go to volunteer opportunities. So again, volunteer opportunities are on the site under Natalie and the wiper there. So I'll share the spreadsheet. So I guess just a reminder to everyone that this does exist, that you should be checking it hopefully regularly. Biologists should be updating it regularly. There's a lot on there, right? July through August, October, September. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. Hopefully there's opportunity in your neck of the woods.
Do I see electrofishing on the metal program?
Yep.
So anyone who fishes there, I strongly encourage you to electrofish. You will realize the fishery's in much better shape than you ever thought by virtue of all the little dumb fish that we catch, as opposed to the 20 plus that are big.
Cool. So that there's Tyler's contact info if you're interested in that, but all of them, they all have their email address. So yeah, don't forget about that as an opportunity. Not everyone gets that opportunity, right? So take advantage. And that was all I wanted to mention on the volunteer stuff.
Okay.
So.
Committee update. And Bill, want to talk about that?
Yeah, I was thinking, could you give like a?
Yeah, do real quick. We did 2 seminars this spring, one up at the wildlife refuge up at Fair River. Thank you. And if you've never been there, it's spectacular up there. Unbelievable facility, and the refuge is amazing. But Clint did that. We had forget the fellow's name. He was quite humorous. That did the presentation on the catfishing up there, and well attended. A lot of parents brought their kids. Over a third of the audience was kids under 10, and so it was great job done by all. And then we did a warm water fishery down in, St. George. Nick was, our facilitator there. That worked out real well. It was at the library. Johnny, the outreach guy down there, is just amazing to work with because we did the kokanee down in Richfield the year before, and both well attended. We even had an armed guard there. I guess they had done a seminar in Cedar City, and I'll use a quote here. Some commando cowboys showed up with their long rifles in Cedar City and had some kind of, yeah, you have to ask Johnny about the details. And anyways, so they didn't have security there. So just in case the fellas showed up again in St. George, we had a law enforcement officer there from EWR. There was no incidents, but again, well attended. It was very informative. I think people learned a lot. Nick, you got any thoughts on that?
Southern region's exciting. Armed guards. And, yeah. Don't be afraid to venture out.
Yeah, it was.
It was good.
When Johnny said, "Oh yeah, I'm arranging security," I thought, well, we're at a library. I don't know. Anyways, we didn't have that to worry about. And, Dave's been a big proponent for the southern region down there, and we'll continue to try and bring stuff down there so that we covering the whole state. I brought my wife down there and we did Zions after that, so it was a good time to get out of the snow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We gotta come up with some more here because we gotta get planned into the next spring again, because they can take a little bit to put together. I don't have anything on the calendar that I can remember.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we talked about a kokanee. I think a kokanee might be better in June though, so we maybe missed that window. But if there's something in the fall, just let me know. I think outreach wants, what did they say, 6 weeks in advance?
yeah, I
notice?
think, we did ice fishing, a couple of years ago. We did that up at the Jordanelle and filled the Hale Center up there. If you guys have never been up to the Jordanelle State Park, they have just a beautiful facility up there for events in general, promote the state facilities, but, so
keep bringing in chairs and.
yeah, that one there, we had about 150 people there, I think. So, maybe we'll see if we can put something together in November real quick.
Yeah, just let me know and I can initiate that with outreach and, the contacts in the region, so.
Yeah, see if we can get that together here. Got some projects I'm gonna be finishing up here in the next week or so, so I'll have a little bandwidth open up again.
Awesome.
Okay.
Bill want to discuss this crossover project?
Yeah,
with
Bill,
you?
so
Bill do that.
I was thinking, if you wanted to talk a little bit about your crossover project, I have some printouts, just printed out your presentation. So everyone has a hard copy. I know you sent out that, the electronic version a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, but if you wanted to run through that. Oh, you're muted.
In the interest of time, since everybody's seen the PowerPoint that I put together, it might just be appropriate to say that it's been a very successful project. We're in the installation phase of the next 10 or 9 remaining units, and we've had tentative approval for the last 5, for a total of 20 to go on to replacing the wooden crossovers that High Country has been maintaining for a large number of years. And I don't know if I can figure out how to share my screen, I can use one slide and kind of summarize. Can I share this screen?
It's the box with the arrow pointing up. If you click on that, that says present now, and then it'll ask you what you want to share. And you'll want to share.
I've got my PowerPoint open.
Okay, so if you click on that box with the up arrow, you should be able to see it, either the tab, the window, or you could just, there you go.
There you go.
Good job. You're a pro.
Now I've got a anyway, this is what a crossover looks like when maintenance has reached its peak. And fortunately, one of the high country folks came up with an idea a few years ago. Some of you might remember my discussion with you on it several years back. But in any case, they come apart, and long before they look like this, they become somewhat dangerous for people trying to crawl over. 4 feet isn't high when you're looking at a short person in the eye, but if you fall off of a wooden ladder from 4 feet, you can get seriously hurt. And that could be a major impediment for the walk-in access program, because some attorney would bound to be willing to take a suit on consignment. So the steel crossovers, which you've seen the picture of, and let's see, I have to figure out how to handle my slides when I'm on screen share. But anyway, you've seen the pictures. They are robust. They will outlast probably anybody in this meeting by far. And they're galvanized. They're not going to deteriorate and fall apart like the wooden ones do without substantial maintenance. So it's been a successful program. We've got good contributions from both for cost sharing from several of the Trout Unlimited organizations. And it's hopefully in the matter of the next 12 months, it'll be a successful project with 20 steel crossovers replacing wooden ones. So at this point, I'll entertain any questions. And then also before that, the design for these things is very mature. I have essentially AutoCAD type of drawings that can be taken by any moderately sophisticated steel fabricator, and they can spew out the parts. They're not free, but nevertheless, if people know of other organizations anywhere around the country, I'd be happy to share the design information so that nobody has to do what I did to come up with a design. So, any questions? If not, that's probably all that needs to be said today in the interest of time.
Did it say how much those weigh? I didn't remember. 15.
Were they $1,500?
Well, the first group was 1,500, and I ended up going back to a vendor I used in Idaho when I lived there, and brought the cost down to about 1,100.
Okay.
We made some design changes, and that vendor had better manufacturing capabilities to eliminate some of the costly elements that contribute to the $1,500 price.
That also reduced the weight, right, Mel?
Yeah, and Bert's been one of the soldiers that's helping us put these things in the ground too, by the way. So we have multi-organizational support.
I'll tag team on to that and say, if you have taller fences, there are 5 substantially taller ladders in storage at the central region yard. And we're looking for places to put them. High Country beat the Utah Stream Access Coalition to the Weber many years ago with the wooden ladders. And we had 6 steel ladders installed. One of them is now on Mud Creek, which is a tributary in Schofield. But they will clear a horse pasture fence or a tall rail fence. Kind of overbuilt, but they're an excellent perch to get up on it. Look out over. anyway,
Great.
5 ladders available for other parts of the state. But I don't want to compete with Bill because he's engineered it so beautifully on the Weaver.
Nice.
Are they pretty well set or could they end up walking off? I just.
Well,
Yeah.
right now, they do have the potential for legs, but as time permits at the conclusion, last year I went up and literally welded some of the bolts and put a very high strength chain around the 2 parts. So my goal was to reduce the probability of any individual consuming a 6-pack of beer on a Friday night and deciding that might look better in their yard. But right now, that we don't have all of them protected. We will be doing that as part of the post-installation process. Attempting, and a good thief can steal anything, but my goal is to make it require a good thief, not just the Friday night warrior.
All right, make them work for it, right? Good idea. Hey,
Awesome.
Thanks, Bill. Any other questions, discussion?
Cutthroat slam.
Yeah, we had a meeting at the TU Council a couple weeks ago. I forget the date now. And the Cutthroat Slam medallions came up. And my understanding is TU has been paying for the Cutthroat Slam medallions. I thought I'd bring this up at a DWR, our Blue Ribbon Forum, and see if there's any way to get some contribution from the DWR to help offset that, since the program is managed through the DWR, is my understanding.
Well,
let me inject clarification, and maybe it'll be more confusion. But I understand that sometimes when budget's available, DWR buys the medallions, but the last thread of 300 medallions, I'm treasurer of the TU State Council, and I personally wrote the check for $1,970. So there's a little fuzziness as to who funds what and under what conditions. But I was given kind of advance notice a couple months ago that we probably might have to come up with money this year for another 300. So, I don't know if there's any formal agreement on anything. But, it'd be nice to clarify who's agreed to what so that I can budget more responsibly for the limited funding that the TU Council has.
yeah, I haven't seen, if there is a formal agreement, I haven't seen it. Typically just work with Jordan and Brett to make sure things get funded, figure out how to make it work, right? So
well,
we have,
I'd like to see some, it doesn't have to be a review or an agreement written by a lawyer, but some kind of documentation in principle on what's going to be funded over time. Because the TU Council has an extremely limited budget, and a group of those 300 medallions takes about almost half of our annual budget away. And so if I don't have that in place, that's a big hit.
Is this a one-time event, and is it a certain location?
So the medallions come in batches of 300 typically, and then everyone who completes the slam gets a medallion and a certificate.
Okay.
So, and right now we are up to 1,320-ish completions. So we had the original run, we had the Colorado River Cutthroat, and now we're on the Yellowstone Cutthroat run. And we just go through them, and then when we're about, I guess I don't know what the trigger number is, but it's probably, if there's only about 70 left, that's when we do the new order. And right now we're probably at like 190 of the Yellowstone remaining, but we also are just starting to get into the big pulse of completions. They usually start this time, and it sounded like Randy gets would get a ton in like August, so I'll be able to see how many come in July, August, September. That's probably prime time. So we'll definitely go through quite a bit. I just don't have the longevity to know what the timing is typically. But what I can do is look at all of the invoices through time that have been paid and work with Brett and Jordan on that. And so then we can get an idea of what we need to fund the program. Because I know the division bought like the certificates, because we have those pre-printed that we sent to people. That wasn't $1,900, but I don't know all of the other stuff that we paid for through time. So I would need to dig through those invoices and, like I said, work with Brett and Jordan on that. But I can put that together, and yeah, we can definitely talk about that. We're not trying to break the TU bank for sure if it's been a hardship.
So when they register for the slam, they pay $20. Where does the $20 go?
The $20, I think I guess we're collecting information because we're about to hit $100,000. So where did that money go? What the idea was that money would be collected for on the ground, mostly like a lot of outreach, but also like fish monitoring and radio telemetry tracking and habitat work. So the idea was that money would not go to overhead, right? That it would be like an in-kind administrative, but also other agency funding that would go to fund it, right? And all of the money raised, it's kind of semantics, right? You still need money to buy the medallions, doesn't matter where it comes from. Well, it does serve people, and that's great. So we're trying to respect that and find other sources, because we want that cutthroat slam submission money. We want that to go to on the ground projects. And we will be releasing, when we hit that $100,000 mark, we'll be releasing it'll be a press release with outreach talking, or like maybe even just like a newsletter to everyone who's paid for the slam, just so they can see where their money is going. There's a lot of really good projects. In fact, I have that list. Like I said, I'm working on that right now, just in preparation for hitting that $100,000 mark. So let me share. Since I just and we have time. I think. So we had an interpretive kiosk, and all of these have other funding sources associated with them. It wasn't just the Cutthroat Slam funding all of it. So there's a Lake Canyon interpretive station there at Lake Canyon Lake. This is the mural that Chris Peterson did for Wildlife Walls with the Utah Wildlife Federation. This was, I think, mural number 3, right? Like there's the brown trout in Heber. Obviously the Cutthroat Slam didn't pay for that, but the Bonnie Wall, they did contribute to that. We've awarded a bit of money to the Bonnie Wall Cutthroat. That happened last year. We have awarded some for the Bear River Cutthroat. That'll be in Logan. There was a telemetry project here. So there's that. That's some pictures of Matt showing that. The Dead Man Creek sign up in the northern region. Culvert replacement at Beaver Creek. Mitigation screen, barrier up at Mill Creek. So lots of information about quite a few of these projects. Slater got some for Red Cedar reintroduction. They needed a helicopter, and so that helped pay for part of helicopter. It's some really rugged terrain, I guess. The stocking and monitoring too. Slater's such a wussy. Totally kidding. He would kick my butt and hardly. Fish Creek riparian improvement. So this is money that Nick's received or is receiving. So he sent me some pictures. Weir removal for Clear Creek stream improvements. And another monitoring study on the Logan, and some signs in the southern region. So that's what that's where that money has gone so far, and that's all I've been able to kind of put together, because I haven't been here through the whole process, right, through the whole Cutthroat Select program. So together, that's what I put together so far. There's a couple of projects that I'm still waiting on to hear back from, but it's been a lot of good stuff, and so we just wanted to limit the expenditures on overhead, because as like what Bill was talking about earlier about how money doesn't go as far, right, in the long run. So if you start doing administrative costs with that, then, all of a sudden you're not spending as much money on the conservation and the outreach aspects like you thought you would. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I'd like to get a copy of the PDF that you were just showing. The TU Council now has a very good website, and we have a link to the Cutthroat program, but we also have a library for certain documents. And I think folks in all around the TU organization in the state, communication's our biggest shortcoming, but I would send that out, or some version of it anyway. I noticed you had some crossouts or changes or something, maybe a cleaned up version. I'd like to give the whole thing some publicity. I mean, I've never seen that. Even though I was one, as I said, I wrote one check. I'm not much of a stream fisherman anymore, so I haven't joined the slam myself, but I got to get the word around.
Yeah, so I think I prefer to just wait, just because that was just my notes and gathering some of the pictures, but outreach, when we're ready, outreach is going to take what I put together and they're going to make it look nice and sound nice. And I'd rather have them for something that's official, right, where we're putting on the website, where we're trying to get interest. Like, I love the idea of you sharing it as well, but I think I'd rather wait until it's released through our outreach folks, just because they're really going to put that finishing touch on it. I know that.
That's okay, but I don't know who goes and reads your websites, and that's why it needs to be linked to other websites. There's a lot of people in this state don't know anything about what goes on and in the fishery end of management and other things like this Cutthroat Slam. I meet them all the time. They don't, so, one good glaring bad example in my opinion is Trout Unlimited has only around 2,000, it might be even less, out of members out of that 450,000 licenses sold every year. Communication of whatever these different organizations do is sorely needed. And if that document, you might say cleanup and finishing, is measured in a couple of months, that's fine. In the short term, why not put out a draft? You can mark draft all over it. Gets people interested. This is fishing season. So, the perfect is the enemy of good enough.
I'll think about that. I'll definitely get it to you when it's finalized and ready to be sent out. And outreach has made their finishing touches. If I can spend the time to get it to a point where it's not just a bunch of notes that I've scribbled to myself, then that's probably fine to put out there, as long as I know it's accurate, right? And so I put that on my list of things to do, and I will let you know.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are we at now?
Just vote for new Southern Region representative. So this was a nomination, Laren, and replacing Dave. So we're ready for that.
Guess I'm leaving.
We'll have you step out.
Well, you introduced yourself. You know a lot about you.
Yeah.
I think this will take too long.
Yeah, you just go wander around for 5 minutes and come on back. strange to have someone leave, and I was like, well, it'd just be weird to have him stay too, so.
But she needs to bill, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so, I guess just call for the,
Any other discussion?
Do we need a nomination or we already done that?
My understanding he has. Is that right?
yeah.
Why don't you nominate?
I'll nominate,
You second him. All in favor?
Cleared for, yeah, there we go.
So then we,
All in favor?
Jordan's giving us a thumbs up.
Any opposed?
Okay,
Ryan's giving us a thumbs up.
Looks like he's on.
Okay.
There we go.
I think it'd be fun to have.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think he'll do a good job.
it's lowering the average age in here, so.
Yeah, but it's a weighted average. It's not gonna do much.
And for the other one, the new warm water, I think there's probably, we've got time, right? We can, look for other folks and just take some nominations. We'll vote on that in November.
Yeah, that was interesting that you came up with the idea of maybe switching the positions
Well,
to make the opening.
Russ thought actually.
offered it up.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah, but there might be some others who would be interested, so.
Diversify the resume, you know? I'm just kidding.
You can do it all. Doesn't matter.
I also wonder,
Utility
like,
player.
would the northern region be offended if you weren't?
Oh, I don't know. I
Yeah,
haven't
Clint
thought
might
about
be
that.
Uh,
Clint might say
To be a
fantastic.
Well, that's great. Why don't we bring him in and congratulate him?
They tried to find him.
You might have gone to the restroom too, so. I'll work with him on the next steps.
Introduce himself.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I saw him go down the hall.
Yeah, let's do that. And I know we went around and did introductions, but Dan is also, not an official member, but also interested. I guess I didn't realize that, so I apologize, but, go ahead and talk a little bit about yourself, Dan.
All right, well-
Fishing Resume.
I grew up in Orem and I fished Tibble Fork, I fished Strawberry and Deer Creek and Starvation a little bit, Fish Lake. My dad taught us how to fish the Provo River. I think you're wrong. I think it's been 35 years that we were fishing on the lower Provo. Seen a lot of changes. I now live in Midway and I'm right in the middle of it. I fish Deer Creek, Strawberry, Jordanelle. I fished the middle Provo, a little bit on the lower Provo still. Starvation. And I just recently retired as a school teacher and retired with my 30 years. I'm pretty young to retire, but I'm gonna take it. And I just bought a boat, so I'm ready.
Two happiest days in a brother's life, you just had one of them.
Right. I've done that. I've done that. And then I missed it, so I did it again, I guess.
Awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll work with Laren on getting his, resume posted to the site and work on getting him approved for the November meeting. And yeah, if, we'll talk with you guys offline maybe about the whole switcheroo, if we want to do that, and if there's other nominations.
Maybe he changed his mind.
Yeah, right? He actually hightailed it out of here.
Well, while we're waiting.
Long conversation.
New business. It's not on the, we always have new business at the end of any meeting. Anybody, anything they want to bring up? RAC meetings. I would still encourage folks to get behind the idea that those folks, those people who plant illegally, get whacked pretty doggone hard. And I think RAC meetings might be one of the places we want to bring that up.
Yeah.
So,
Somebody
we
send
have
out
had,
some dates on those.
so those are on the division website, but we have had some discussion on where the greatest utility is to spend your time, because those decisions aren't necessarily made at the RAC and the board level. What they would do most likely is have Drew or Craig come up to the podium and grill them on why they haven't done more and can they put together a plan. So really, when we talk about it, it might be more useful to have. So this is where I'm uncertain, and we'll see what happens in our August meeting when we further start talking about our strategic approach to this. But there's two avenues, right? The legislature, sometimes you worry that they maybe even don't even have the ability to make the difference where we need it. And what I mean by that is just that the change we sometimes talk about has to be at the judicial level. So when these cases, they're not caught very often because they are kind of stealth, right? But when they do go in front of a judge, it's the same judge that hears like a murder trial, and then they hear about illegal fish movement. So the understanding is not there as to why that's a big deal. And you can understand why in one regard, because, it's not, nobody died or anything like that, right? So the severity of the cases that they're hearing are all across the board. But I do think that there's still hope there. Does that mean that you guys need to go out and meet with judges? I don't know. Like, that's where I'm not sure what the right answer is. Like, how do we get that messaging out and how you guys can help? But keep pushing the
I think
issue.
it's something the legislature has to run a bill that says, if you do this and you're caught, and then there's guidelines for the judge. That's how you.
Yeah,
handle
and
that.
so there are some pretty stiff penalties if they were to give the maximum, and they often don't give the maximum from my understanding. So yeah, like maybe changing it so that it's a much more narrow range of options.
Well, there's a couple of things. The judge has sentencing discretion, but we need to get out to the public that you pull this off and catch you, you're in big trouble. And it does have to come from the legislature to define it as a crime and at what level, what the punishment.
And it is definitely a crime. And if you were to get the
It's already in the
maximum,
code.
it wouldn't be fine. I think it's like a $5,000 penalty. It would not be fine, but I don't know that happens, right? That they get
And that makes possibility of restitution. That was my kicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to
$14,000.
rehabilitate Strawberry if we catch
Oh,
it
can you
with the
imagine?
established walleye. in there. That's millions. And
So,
years.
the meetings they all start at 6 p.m. So the central region is August 27th, northern region, August 28th. Southern
They really
region,
want public participation then if they've got it at that time. 6 p.m.
yeah, definitely want public participation for sure. So September 3rd, 4th, and 5th, right? So it goes southern region, southeastern region, northeastern region. 6 p.m. And you can find the locations. They're all on our DWR website. If you just go under contact us and then public meetings, and you have the option of going to the RAC board schedule. So it is all there. They post that at the beginning of the year. So I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt to show up to RAC and board meetings, support things, or I guess comment on things, or not support if that's how you feel. But to bring these things up too, right? I don't think any opportunity for outreach at a public meeting, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yep.
Like Bill was talking about, people don't understand a lot of the stuff we do, and it's really hard to outreach to everyone. And so the more opportunities you have, the better. Well, I don't even know what I'm doing. What happened? Okay. So, Laren, congratulations. You just need to get me your fishing resume. And if you want, I can send you like a template, just kind of what other people have submitted, or if you just have your resume and
It's all up here.
okay, I'll send you like a template.
In a handbook.
I can do one better.
Yeah,
I can give you one.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Sweet.
Still have to be approved by the governor, but we haven't seen anyone turned away yet, I don't think, so. So, and then I'm not sure that I've shared the site with you, so I'll just do that again, even if you have.
I don't think you did yet.
Okay, great.
Yeah, right.
Like my best, because I feel like it's so confusing, all this information that we go through, it's all on the site. So if you can take an hour and just spend an hour on that Google site, you can pretty much hopefully find everything.
It's
And
really
you can't just.
Yeah, that's a great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They do.
I was thinking I gotta add more pictures, I gotta update pictures, change things up, right? Because everybody likes new things and like we have to make it look different. Don't expect that though. I probably won't be able to
I
change
hate it
that.
when you go to a website you've been going to for years and all of a sudden it's like,
Well, if you hate that, then you're gonna love this because it's probably not gonna change. Except for pictures.
All right.
I will try to change
Any-
it.
Timesheet stuff.
yeah.
Any other business?
Yeah, gotta do that.
Ready to adjourn? Motion?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Second. I'll second. All in favor, let's do it. All right, we're done.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.